Ah. 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 ಪ್ರಿಯಾಂಕಾ ವಾಷಿಂಗ್ ಮಿಷಿನ್ ಹಾಕ್ಬೇಡ ಇವಾಗ ಚೆಂದ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ವಾಷಿಂಗ್ ಮಿಷಿನ್ ಎಲ್ಲಿ
ಅದೇನು ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಹೌದಾ ಸರಿ ಹಾಕಿರ್ತೀನಿ ಆಮೇಲೆ
ಪ್ರಿಯಾಂಕಾ ನಮ್ಮ ಮೇಲೆ ಹೋಗ್ಬಿಡ್ಲಾ
ಇಲ್ಲ
ಇವಾಗ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಆಮೇಲೆ ಹಾಕೊಂಡು ಬರ್ಬೇಡ ಇಲ್ಲ ಈಗ
ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಡ್ಲಿ
ಹ್ಮ್ 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 ಡೂಯಿಂಗ್ ಗೊತ್ತಾಯ್ತು ಚೇಂಜ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಹ್ಮ್ 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 Yeah.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, Abhinandan. How are you?
I'm fine, sir. Thank you, sir.
Looks
Sir,
to
in
be
a few minutes, we'll start the session, sir. Other panel members are joining the session, sir.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
We'll wait for them, right?
A few more minutes, sir. They're joining. The people are admitting.
Surely,
We'll start
surely,
in
sure.
a few minutes. Shashikala, ma'am, are you there? Good afternoon, ma'am. Ma'am, unmute. Ma'am, you have to unmute. Good afternoon, ma'am. Ma'am, unmute. Hello, ma'am. Ma'am. Just a minute, ma'am. Nakshatra is there, ma'am, there? Yeah. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yeah. Okay, ma'am.
So, how are you doing, Abhinandan?
Doing good, sir. Thank you, sir. How are you, sir?
Good, good.
Yes, sir.
You're now full time here, no?
Yes, sir. Full time here, sir.
Since how
I got
long?
the point in 2018. I came here, sir. Before that, I was in Dothan US College. So,
Okay.
yes,
Okay. What are the subjects you take normally here?
So I'm taking accounting taxation, sir.
Okay.
I teach for UG and PG students. So
Both, huh? Okay.
MCOM students are also there. So
Okay. Great.
I'm taking for usually accounting taxation, sir.
Okay, good.
Yes.
Where do you stay in Bangalore?
So I stay near Bangalore University, sir, near Jnanabharati campus. Near
Oh, that's
Tanjore.
far.
Yes, a little far.
Okay.
So we have a participant from across India, sir. We have
Yeah, I
somewhere
can see that.
600 odd participants have registered.
600, huh?
Yes, sir.
That's a pretty
Almost
good number.
670 or 680 is there.
Very good number, yeah?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And this is the fourth time we are doing this union budget discussion, sir. And
How do you manage to get that many number?
people are coming, sir, with a lot of positive. I think very recently, last week we have conducted the national level conference, virtual conference, and we were quite successful in doing that. And this time, looking at that, people have come to our program to visit this, sir.
Okay.
And we were also going for YouTube Live and Facebook Live too. So, yes, sir. So,
That's good. You're affiliated, right? And
yes, sir. Bangalore City University.
A grade or A plus? A grade?
A plus, A grade, sir.
A grade, huh? You don't have an MBA, right?
No, sir, we don't have an MBA, but there is a proposal for MBA also now. So we are planning to come out with a new campus at the MBA degree. With the diploma courses also we are planning to bring in, sir.
Okay, okay. Where is that campus? Is campus away?
Yes, sir, it's a little far away. But we want to set up one separate unit for the law.
Okay, okay. When I was in IISc campus, I would always cross by this Maharani Lakshmi Ammani College.
Lakshmi College, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I was in the IISc campus, no?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And this year we are witnessing the 50th years of Golden Jubilee celebration, sir.
Ah, wonderful.
The managing trustee Jaira sir has joined, sir.
Okay, okay.
Jaira sir, good afternoon, sir.
What?
A very good afternoon, sir, to Subhash sir from the Department of Commerce. Yeah, a very warm welcome to our panel discussion. And,
thank you. Yeah, good afternoon to you too.
Yeah, it's a pleasure to have you and host you as a panelist. And I think our principal, Dr. Sashikala also has joined us.
Okay.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Yeah, I've just... Abhinandan, the others are yet to join, Abhinandan.
They
Good
joined.
afternoon, sir.
Yeah, Professor Jairaj also is there.
Hello.
Good afternoon, Jared sir. Very warm welcome to you. Abhinandan sir has joined us. Good afternoon, Shubha ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Shubha ma'am.
Very good afternoon.
Shashikala ma'am, I think technically it's fine, no ma'am, no?
Yeah. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I could.
Yes. Sir.
Good afternoon, sir. Sir, you're muted, sir.
How are you, madam?
Fine, sir. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. Dr. Abhinandan, good afternoon.
Sir, good afternoon, sir.
How are you? My reception may not be good, but I will try to be on the call. Okay?
Please, sir. No problem, sir. Sir, our panelists are there, sir. I'll introduce them. CA Shubha Ganesh is there, and Professor Subhash is there, sir.
Very good. Hello, madam.
Yeah, hello, Subhash here. Hello,
Hi, how are you, sir? How are you?
I'm fine, thank you.
Very happy to meet you. Happy to
My
see
pleasure,
you.
my pleasure. So nice.
Thank you.
Your college is a very happening college, I think.
Yes. Thanks to all madam and Abhinandan. It is a happening college, and we want to make it that way. And the good news is that this is a golden jubilee year, Subhash ji.
Okay, ji.
So really they have to take it to a new level.
So I think you're also planning for some PG courses like MBA and all that?
Yes. The only constraint is infrastructure, as you have seen the campus. The city campus, it's in Malleshwaram.
Yeah, I know the campus because I used to work in that IISc campus.
Okay.
So every time, and I was staying somewhere down in Malleshwaram. So every time we would cross by the college. You know that's a happening college.
Yeah. So there you so we are we are hemmed and hawed by all the constraints. That's why we can't expand the way we want to.
Yeah, you have to get into another campus.
Yeah, we have a very nice area, Subhashji, that is in a little near Nelamangala.
Oh, Nelamangala.
Sondekoppa.
Okay.
That's a little far away, and if we start doing it there, it will alter the entire composition of the city campus. So we have to now think seriously what to do, whether we can have a postgraduate center there or whatever. So
you could go vertical also, I guess.
Yeah, we need to go vertical, but the building is the old one, no? So it's not strong enough. So we'll have to do a steel structure or something.
Yes.
So yeah.
Steel structures are quicker also.
Quicker.
A little expensive, but it is worth it. You can rise as much as you want.
Yes, sir. That's what we are thinking. So anyway, it's good to have you, sir.
Pleasure is mine, Professor.
Where is the other panelist, Abhinandan?
Good afternoon, Shubha here. I'm on the.
Hello, madam.
How are you, sir?
Nice to see you. Nice to see you. Thanks for joining us today.
My pleasure. Thank you for inviting me.
We need support of individuals like you and Subhash ji for our Maharani Lakshmi Ammani College for Women. It's a unique institution, madam.
Yes.
40% of our young girls are first generation learners.
Yes.
Oh.
I have been part of your college for some time. I am on the board of your studies for BCom.
Ma'am is there with us from 2018, sir. Good afternoon, Jairaj, sir.
Hello, Manjula. Hello,
Yeah,
Manjula.
yeah.
So we have a significant portion of first generation learners.
Oh.
So therefore, they may be handicapped by lack of good primary and high school education, but they are very fierce in their aspirations to do well in life.
That's interesting.
40%.
40% is really a large number.
About say 40%. And they come from very depressed backgrounds, economically challenged backgrounds.
Oh, okay.
So how to make them align with the requirements of the new age? This is the kind of things we are trying to do. Have good panel discussions, role models, leadership situations. That's what we want to do.
It must be very satisfying to see them grow.
It is. But there are many difficulties en route. Many difficulties. So we have to, and higher education is now more and more difficult to finance in the sense we get only fee income. We don't get any other source of income.
You have to find philanthropists and CSR funding.
They'll have their own stuff. So we have to find for Golden Jubilee year, we want to create a good endowment fund.
Okay.
Which, as you rightly say, can finance a bit of our education. And also provide other facilities.
I'm sure people like Mrs. Narayan Murthy may help a lot.
Well, there are a lot of demands on their resources. Everybody wants
this being a college for women, she should definitely.
Right. So, Manjula ji, are we ready? We can start, no?
Yes, sir. Just a couple of minutes, sir.
I think Naveen has also joined. Mr. Naveen, can you be there? Are you there?
I think Abhinandan will get started, please.
Yes, ma'am. Just a minute, ma'am. Nayas Pasha, sir. Namaste.
Sir has to unmute. Abhinandan?
Yeah. Pasha, sir. Are you there? Naveen, sir. Namaste. You have to unmute, and I think you can able to just see. Let's check whether it's working or not.
Okay.
Okay, fine.
Is it audible now?
Yes, perfect. Pasha, sir. Nayas Pasha, sir. Are you there? Sir, namaste. Good afternoon. Pasha sir, can you hear me?
I think sir is yet to join Abhinandan.
Mami has joined. I think
I do
technical
see
issue, probably.
Abhinandan sir, our room is full. Now we'll be sharing the YouTube link. Now our room is full.
Sir, I'll post it, sir. Rakshit,
Yes,
sir,
thank
I'll
you.
do
Thank
that.
you. Room
I'll
is
take
full.
care of that.
Room is
Yeah, I'll
full.
take care of that. Okay. Abhinandan, we'll get started. Please.
Yes, ma'am. Nagabarna sir is yet to join. I think he's just joining. He just called me. He'll join.
Let me know if any problem, sir. I think so. You'll not be able to join. Let me know, sir, once he join. Let me know, sir. I'll do the arrangement for it.
Okay. ನೀವು ಇದು ಅಕೌಂಟಲ್ಲಿ ಜಾಯ್ನ್ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀರಾ? ಟಿ ಎಸ್ ನಾಗಭರಣ ಅಂತ ಬರುತ್ತಾ? ನಾನು ಚೆಕ್ ಮಾಡಿಸ್ತೇನೆ. ಓಕೆ.
I think Abhinandan, you can start and let him join.
Okay, sir. Then we'll start.
Because,
then.
I think your other panelists are also waiting.
Yes, sir. We'll start.
That is what.
Bensi, Manisha, are you ready?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Rakshit, are you ready?
Sir, Nagabarna ಅವರು ಬಂದ್ರ?
ಬರ್ತಾರೆ. Let's join. No problem. We'll start. Okay. We'll join for the panel discussion. No problem. Manisha?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Kautilya says, in the interest of the prosperity of the country, a king shall be diligent in foreseeing the possibility of calamities, try to avert them before they arise, overcome those which happen, remove all the obstructions to the economic activity, and prevent losses of revenue to the state. A very good afternoon. I, Manisha Noli, extend a warm welcome to everyone for the Union Budget Session 2022. Maharani Lakshmi Ammani College for Women was instituted by Dr. K.N.V. Shastri in the year 1972 with the intent of providing quality education for women in Bangalore. This year marks the golden jubilee of our institution. Our college motto is Sheelam Paramabhushanam, which means character is the best virtue, and the vision is to empower women through education and character formation. The institution has a history of 5 decades as a reputed college for women and has been ranked among top 50 colleges all over India and among top 10 colleges in Bangalore by India Today Nelson survey. MLAC was granted autonomy status in 2016 and has been re-accredited A grade by NAC. Department of Commerce was started in the year 1983, and since then, the department has been working hard towards promoting quality education. On behalf of the department, I once again welcome you all to the Union Budget 2022.
Okay.
Thank you.
Now I would like to call upon Arpita Shanbo to invoke the blessings of the Almighty.
Good afternoon, all. शरणु सिद्धि विनायक शरणु वेद्य प्रदायक शरणु पार्वती तनय मूर्ति शरणु मूषिक वाहना शरणु शरणु ಶರಣು 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 ಸಿದ್ಧಿ ವಿನಾಯಕ ಶರಣು ವೇದ್ಯ ಪ್ರದಾಯಕ ಶರಣು ಪಾರ್ವತಿ ತನಯ ಮೂರುತಿ ಶರಣು ಮೂಷಿಕ ವಾಹನ ಶರಣು 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 ನಿಖಿಲ ನೇತ್ರನೆ ದೇವಿ ಸುತನೆ ನಾಗಭೂಷಣ ಪ್ರಿಯನೇ ತಟಿಲ ತಾಂಕಿತ ಕೋಮಲಾಂಗನೆ ಕರ್ಣಕುಂಡಲ ಧಾರನೆ ಶರಣು 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 ಸಿದ್ಧಿ ವಿನಾಯಕ ಶರಣು ವೇದ್ಯ ಪ್ರದಾಯಕ ಶರಣು ಪಾರ್ವತಿ ತನಯ ಮೂರುತಿ ಶರಣು ಮೂಷಿಕ ವಾಹನ ಶರಣು 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 ಶ್ರೀಮಹಲಂಬೋದರನೇ ಇಕ್ಷುಚಾಪನ ಗೆಲಿದನೇ ಪಕ್ಷಿ ವಾಹನ ಶ್ರೀ ಪುರಂದರ ವಿಠಲನ ನಿಜದಾಸನೇ ಶರಣು 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 ಸಿದ್ಧಿ ವಿನಾಯಕ ಶರಣು ವೇದ್ಯ ಪ್ರದಾಯಕ ಶರಣು ಪಾರ್ವತಿ ತನಯ ಮೂರುತಿ ಶರಣು ಮೂಷಿಕ ವಾಹನ ಶರಣು 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 ಶರಣು. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು.
Thank you so much, Ms. Arpita. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman on 1st February said that the health and well-being of infrastructure, inclusive development, energy transition and climate action and financing of investment through PM Gati Shakti initiative were the pillars of Union Budget 2022 and 23. There are a host of measures for a number of sectors aimed at boosting growth. Now we have our fellow classmates Harshita K, Sahana B, Gagana and Supraja to present the highlights of the Union Budget 2022. Now I request Harshita K to please take over.
I am Kaudli Harshita from 2nd MCOM, Maharani Lakshmi Ammani College. The highlights of 2000 Union Budget 2022-2023. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman on Thursday presented a budget worth rupees 39.45 lakh crore mass push to infrastructure spending, from expansion of national highways, affordable housing to manufacturing of 400 new generation Vande Bharat trains and more such measures. The government aims to enhance job creation and boost economic activity. Total government spending will be 4.6% more than the current year, and additional support of rupees 1 lakh crore to state has been announced. Over to Gagana.
Good afternoon to one and all present here. I am Gagana from BCom final year. I am presenting the highlights of manufacturing sector, that is investment and micro, small and medium enterprises, where we can see in the investment 68% capital procurement budget marked for domestic procurements, defense R&D, private into R&D to be opened up for startups, private industries and academy, wherein 25% of R&D budget to be set aside for this. Whereas in micro, small and medium enterprises, we can see Udyam, eShram, NCS, Atmanirbhar skilled employee-employer mapping portals will be interlinked, and extending of ECLGS, that means emergency credit line guarantee schemes, with focus on hospitality and related enterprises. Over to Supraja.
Good afternoon to one and all present here. I am Supraja from final BCom. I am presenting the highlights of tax proposal 2022 to 2023. There was no change in the income tax slab in the personal income tax category in budget 2020 to 2023, also belying expectation. Finance Minister did not raise the standard deduction limit. It currently stands at rupees 50,000 and Raising the limit would have added cash in the hands of taxpayers. Over to Sahana.
Good afternoon to one and all present here. I am Sahana, pursuing BCom final year. Now I am going to present highlights of service and education sector from the Union Budget for the year 2022 and 2023. For service sector, under health, National Digital Health Ecosystem will be rolled out. Integrated architecture like Mission Shakti, Mission Vatsalya, Saksham Anganwadi, and Poshan 2.0 to be launched. Whereas if we look at the education sector, the budget is focusing on building smart India with quality skills, which includes classroom going digital to build the education gap, and One Class One TV channel program expanded from 12 to 200 TV channels, and startups to facilitate Drone Shakti for drone as a service. Thank you.
Thank you all so much for those highlights. If your action inspires others to dream more, learn more, do more, and become more, you're a leader. One such leader whose action inspired us is our respected principal, Dr. Shashikala A. We welcome you, ma'am.
Thank you.
We have with us our 5 distinguished speakers for our panel discussion. Mr. T.S. Nagabharana, President, Kannada Development Authority, Government of Karnataka. Dr. M.S. Subhar, IITM and IIMA, former VC, Vijayanagara University, Karnataka.
Thank you.
Chartered Accountant Subha Ganesh, entrepreneur, founder of Money Shiksha. Chartered Accountant Nayaz Pasha, Adjunct Professor, Christ University, lawyer, NNR & Co. Mr. Naveen HM, Agri Entrepreneur, Abhay Naturals. We welcome you all for the session today. We have with us Dr. Anna Danesh, Administrative Officer, MLAC. We welcome you, sir. And we welcome all the MLAC teaching faculty and non-teaching faculty and all the students present here. Now, I request our respected principal, Dr. Shashikala A, to welcome the gathering.
Yeah, thank you. A very good afternoon to one and all present here.
Good afternoon.
Everything that we do, all of us do, is for this beautiful country. The country without epidemics, it should have wealth, good crop, happiness, and a national security. From a layman's language, overall the budget seems to have given a booster dose to facilitate faster economic growth of the nation despite challenges posed by the multiple waves of pandemic, focusing on 3 words: innovation, inclusivity, and infrastructure. The finance minister on February 1st presented the budget speech with long-term roadmap for India's real and virtual future. Budget 2022 is a digital revolution budget. Digitalization of education and skilling infrastructure can be a game changer for learning and training. I'm very much interested from the perspective of educational institution. The steps to start digital ecosystem, e-Vidya and digital university for skilling and aiming at reskilling and upskilling through online training is a welcome move with a vision, quality education for all. And opinions about the budget vary. And there are several comments on the gains and pains of the budget in the news. To dissect and to give more insights into the union budget, we have eminent speakers in the panel. Mr. T.S. Nagabharana, President, Kannada Development Authority, Government of Karnataka. Dr. M.S. Subhash, former VC, Vijayanagara University, Karnataka. Chartered Accountant Shubha Ganesh, an entrepreneur, and Chartered Accountant Nayas Pasha, a lawyer and professor at Christ University and Infosys auditor. Mr. Naveen HM, agri entrepreneur. And we also have with us our managing trustee, Mr. K. Jairaj, who is an inspiration for all our activity. We welcome one and all for this panel discussion. And I congratulate the Department of Commerce for organizing a panel discussion on the budget 2022 and Dr. Abhinandan for moderating the event. And this is a regular feature of the Commerce Department which happens every year. And this year we will consider it very special because it is our Golden Jubilee panel discussion. I wish everyone a happy learning and a good takeaway. Welcome to one and all present for this panel discussion. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Shashikala ma'am. I also extend a warm welcome to our managing trustee, Shri K. Jairaj sir. Welcome to the session, sir.
Thank you.
The union budget assures effective resource allocation, alter tax slabs, put a lid on the price of basic goods, and aids in the reduction of unemployment and poverty. The union budget aids in controlling the economic fluctuations as well. It ensures proper handling of inflation and deflation, thus bringing about economic stability during inflation, surplus. Budget policies are implemented while deficit budget policies are devised during deflation. Being a good leader isn't about having power over others, but about instilling power in others. We have one such leader with us, Dr. Abhinandan Nagaraj, the moderator for today's session. I kindly request sir to take over the session.
Thank you, Manisha. Before I take over the session, let me tell about a few things about the panel discussion, and let me check whether all the panel members are there. Pasha sir, Nayas Pasha sir, are you able to join? I heard you have a technical problem. Still, you are able to join. Shubha sir is already there. Shubha again. Ganesh is already there. Naveen is already there. Any technical problems anybody is facing?
I think Pasha sir is not there, Abhinandan. I think you're muted, Abhinandan. Abhinandan, you're muted.
Okay, I got it. So I think there was some technical, there was some technical error. Still, Nayas Pasha sir is not able to reach, and Nagabarna sir has not reached. So, can I confirm, please? Nagabarna sir? Yes, came. Sir, namaste. Nagabarna sir. Nagabarna sir, namaste. Sir, can you hear me, sir? Nagabarna sir?
I think there's a technical issue, Abhinandan. I think both are technical issue. I think we'll not keep the other panelists waiting.
Okay,
I think Abhinandan will start, please. Yeah.
So when they join, I'll introduce them and we'll start the discussion. So meantime, so we have today panel discussion will have to happen now. So before I start my panel discussion, let me tell you about our program, what we're doing it. We're doing this program for last 3 years, and this is the fourth UN budget which you're presenting. And this basically this kind of a discussion which we want to bring in so that the academical thoughts we can infuse into the student mindset, and they can able to decode the budget. And budgeting is not an easy task. Every year the budget comes, and every year we start interpreting. So it gives a new hope for the next year budget. So basically it's a kind of a process of decoding. And we are quite successful enough to say that we have been doing it. And today we are witnessing the distinguished panel members across the different sectors. So this panel discussion is purely a non-political, and we are not representing any political party or talking in favor of any political party. So we are completely talking from the point of academical perspectives. In this discussion, before I start, I think Nagavarna sir has just joined. So namaste, sir. Yes, sir. Okay. Okay. Let me introduce first panelist for the today's is Talkadu Srinivasaya Nagavarna, popularly known as T.S. Nagavarna. He is an Indian film director in the Kannada film industry and pioneer of parallel cinema. He has made 36 films in Kannada, which has earned the 10 national awards, 23 state awards, and 8 films have entered into Indian Panorama International Film Festival. Mr. T.S. Nagavarna have been very active in theatre in capacity as an actor, director, writer. He's also directed 36 plays and also been administrator of several theatres, especially Rangayana, Mysuru, and Benaka theatre groups in Bangalore. He's been a recipient of international, national, state, and other awards for the 20 of his 34 Kannada movies in the last 40 years. He has nominated as a chairman of Karnataka Chalachitra Academy, Bangalore. Currently, he is a chairman of Kannada Development Authority, Government of Karnataka. We are very happy to have you, sir. We're looking forward input for the budget. Welcome you, sir. Professor Subhash, a former Vice Chancellor at Vijayanagara Sri Krishnadevaraja University, Ballari, former Dean and Director of Kausari Institute of Management Studies, Karnataka University, Dharwad. He has been teaching and consulting in the areas of marketing, strategy. At the bottom of the pyramid by introducing the market-oriented value enhancement. He has been guided successfully more than 15 PhD and presented, published several papers in national, international level conferences, seminars. He has been a mechanical engineer from IIT Madras, PGDM from IIM Ahmedabad, and PhD in management. We are very happy to welcome you, sir. Thank you for being with us today.
Thank you very much, Abhinandan.
Shubha Ganesh, chartered accountant by profession, also completed FCA, a PGD in equity research. She is an investor. She is a founder of member of Money Shiksha, a platform floated by like-minded people for spreading financial literacy. She is also guest faculty at Indian Institute of Management, Bangalore, Indian Institute of Management, Udaipur, and ICI, Bangalore. She's also a prolific writer in Economic Times, has written more than 500 articles on financial planning. We're very happy to have you, ma'am. Welcome you.
Thank you. Thank you for inviting me.
Mr. Nayas Pasha, a fellow member of Institute of Chartered Accountant of India, a practicing chartered accountant as a partner in NNR and Company, specialized in field of direct tax in the last 20 years. Sir has become a BCom graduate. Since 2001, he's qualified as a chartered accountant. He also has a diploma in information system, audit, and qualified as a lawyer. His professional experience is practicing income tax and service tax, and of late he is to GST. He's also represented various statutory authorities for assessment like Applicate Tribunal, Central Excise, Customs and Service Tax Applicate Tribunal. Academically, he has more than 20 years of teaching experience. Presently, he is adjacent faculty in the Christ University. He is also conducting various training programs, in-house academic development programs to the employees of various companies and also various institutions. He has published various articles in national and international journal and also attended various international conferences. Thank you, sir. We are happy to have you with us today. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Gagan.
Mr. H.M. Naveen, an agri entrepreneur, a young agri entrepreneur. He is a passion for natural food processing, and creating a marketing opportunities in the agri business. H.M. Naveen is a farmer from Ratnapuri village, his Hunsur Taluk, and he is the first beneficiary in Karnataka and second in India, selected under the Atmanirbhar Bharat scheme, under the Pradhan Mantri formulation of micro food processing enterprises, PMFME scheme of Atmanirbhar Bharat Abhiyan. Union government has identified banana for Mysore district for one district, one product. He is the MBA graduate in finance and marketing, working in a private company in Bengaluru. Very happy to and very proud of his commitment and his work life. Very happy to have you, sir. Okay, let me not waste my time. I think a lot of technical, we had an issue, and I hope we all are fine now. So Ms. Nayas Pasha has also joined, and Nagavarna sir is also there. So let me start straight away to the Mr. Nagavarna. Budget is basically that.
Not able to hear anything.
So sorry, just there's a technical issue. He's just rejoining, sir. Just give us a minute. Yeah. Sorry.
I'm sorry, I think I lost technical in between, I believe. Okay, I was trying to ask Mr. Nagavarna. So why budget get more prominence every year when the budget is presented? And no matter whether it is a central or state budget, so the post-budget, people like us, we try to decode the budget. And what is your views on this? Nagavarna sir, you there? Okay, so we'll come back to him. Professor Subhash sir, I think your opening remarks on the budget. What is the budget is all about, sir?
In fact, on a lighter note, since Sri Nagavarna is himself a great filmmaker, I feel that having a movie central around budget session may be a fantastic hit, because it will address all the people in the country, including people who don't understand currently what the budget is all about. At least you can make sure that people understand the budget, the intricacies of the budget, how different forces work on it, and how different lobbies work on it. And it may be a very interesting one for our Nagavarna sir. If you can listen, if you can hear what I'm saying, it may make a fantastic topic for one of your award-winning film, because nobody has ever decoded the budget the way you can decode it. You can explain from the point of view of the chartered accountant. You can explain from the point of view of farmers. You can explain point of cryptocurrencies, and you can build small stories around each one of them and make a fantastic compilation of the stories, what I felt so. And I think I must congratulate Abhinandan for having invited you, because I think that's a wonderful thing. Now, coming back to your own observation or your own request of asking what this budget, or what my opening remarks on the budget is, my first feeling is that I think, if I remember correctly, there used to be a lot of expectations and some kind of a climax or mystery around budget, especially the way the budget is made, the entire team that sits there, how they make that. I think the finance minister is supposed to cook some suji halwa or something at one point of time before they give all kinds of things. They have a legacy of these things happening. And there used to be always a problem of people hoarding some products before the budget, hoping that there will be a rise, right? And there used to be a big furor about the railway budget and all that. And I remember our Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji saying he has to remove this part of the budget. Don't make it like, a pompous announcement of the government and all. Make it a simple, routine one. And that was when the railway budget got merged. And, otherwise people would have a hue and cry about whether you raised the fare or you didn't raise the fare. And what he felt was that's a very routine administrative kind of a matter. Leave it to the management of those organizations. That way, I feel that the current budget is a non-populist budget. If you ask me, a lot of people from from salaried class were waiting for something to happen as far as the slabs are concerned and all that. It did not happen. People were pained by it, but I think you remove the stem, that particular thing of expectation, something from them every time, that should be removed. That's the first observation that I have. It's a non-populist budget, there's no doubt about it. But at the same time, there are very important aspects which I think should also be addressed as people we are. One is inflation. There is no denying the fact that inflation is going up, whatever be it, whatever you might say about edible oil. Finance minister had mentioned something about edible oil rising to some extent. You can't imagine the way it rose, but then they were trying to deregulate the import of palm oil and trying to see that they can control. That's a kind of course, that's a kind of business that the government should be doing. But definitely inflation is something which I feel they have not addressed it completely. That's one. But more I'm really worried about one thing is that the rising income inequality. In fact, a lot of people have expressed that the rich have got super rich, super hyper rich, and the poor have remained more or less the same place wherever they are. In fact, I have a very favorite theory which I as long as the current government is on, is that we used to have in India three sectors, like three sections. Like you have a higher income section, you have a middle income section, and you have a lower income section. This is somehow it is there built over a period of time. But if you look at the American economy or the European economy, I don't think you have something like the lower class, the middle class, and the upper class. It does not happen like that as such. My gut feel is that over a period of time, the middle class will vanish. Middle class will either go to the upper class or it will get breakdown and then come to the lower class as what is. But the lower class also will rise up and they will become what is called the working class. Like how you have an average American or a European working normally will have everything that he needs for his life. His health is secure, everything is secured. He works, and then he lives a nice life. That's it. There's nothing like poverty, death, and things like that may not happen as such. That is the kind of a thing we are moving towards, is what I feel. This is my second observation. And the third observation that I would like to definitely make is a lot of investment is being made. Like people do talk, a lot of economists do talk about that. Once you make sure that the money is in the consumer's hand, right, then there is a possibility of consumption increasing. And therefore, there is a possibility that more and more of investment can happen. And that investment should lead to increase in jobs. The big promise that we had of 2 crore jobs obviously didn't happen. In fact, people were wondering whether really 2 crore job is possible. But now you come down to 60 lakhs or whatever it is now. The point is, what I would like to say is that investment is happening. Investment is happening in the infrastructure. There's a huge increase in the infrastructure. Therefore, that should lead to the thing more and more related to jobs at the lower end, maybe, that definitely. But some of the people have raised an important issue, I can say. They were saying that the rich should be taxed now more. The rich who have gone very rich should be taxed more. Very interesting observation from a management point of view. Almost every company has reported good performance in their annual in spite of the COVID period. But also there is a complaint that there is no investment happening from the private sector. My big question to the private industrialists in India is, while you have taken a big benefit by tax cut, why is it that you're not investing more in India? You expect more and more government disinvestment to happen? Is that the only way? Where, of course, you saw Tata's taking over the Air India. But other than that, there's no big-time investment happening. But one thing good I feel is that the defense sector, they have opened up 65%. They have opened up for the local ones. I think that can be a big boost as far as the economy is concerned. On the whole, if you ask me, it's a good investment-oriented budget, a really no-nonsense official business budget, which can give some kind of a growth in the days to come. This is my first few observations, please.
Thank you, Professor. I'll go back to Nagabarna, sir. Nagabarna, sir, I think we had some technical issue. I'm sorry for that. When the budget has been presented, we get a lot of prominence on the budget, whether it is a central budget or the state budget. So no matter what it is, people like us, we try to decode it, and we have an analysis and interpretation on that. According to you, sir, what is your views on the budget? Why we get a lot of prominence on the budget, sir? And also, Subhash sir also mentioned about making a video. I mean, that is also one good of the thought about.
I said a film, make a nice film, decode the budget, and have nice plots, on various farmers ka plot ek ho sakta hai, one farmer ಕಡೆಯಿಂದ ಒಂದು ಪ್ಲಾಟ್ ಆಗ್ಬೋದು, ಇಂಡಸ್ಟ್ರಿ ಕಡೆಯಿಂದ ಒಂದು ಪ್ಲಾಟ್ ಆಗ್ಬೋದು, ರಿಚ್ ಇಂಡಸ್ಟ್ರಿಯಲ್ಸ್ ಲೈಕ್ ಅಂಬಾನಿ ಅವ್ರ ಕಡೆಯಿಂದ ಒಂದು ಪ್ಲಾಟ್ ಆಗ್ಬೋದು, ಡಿಫೆನ್ಸ್ ಕಡೆಯಿಂದ ಪ್ಲಾಟ್ ಆಗ್ಬೋದು. ದೇರ್ ಇಸ್ ನೋ ಎಂಡ್ ಟು ವಾಟ್ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಬಿ ಡನ್. ಐ ಫೀಲ್ ಯು ಆರ್ ಅ ಫ್ಯಾಂಟಾಸ್ಟಿಕ್ ಫಿಲ್ಮ್ ಮೇಕರ್, ದೇರ್ ಇಸ್ ನೋ ಡೌಟ್ ಅಬೌಟ್ ಇಟ್. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ನನಗೇನು ಅನಿಸ್ತಂದ್ರೆ, ತಾವು ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಒಂದು ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ, ಒಂದು ಎಜುಕೇಟಿವ್ ಫಿಲ್ಮ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ ಅನಿಸುತ್ತೆ. ನನ್ಗೆ ಅನಿಸಿದಪ್ಪ, ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಏನು ತಪ್ಪು ತಿಳ್ಕೊಬೇಡಿ.
Please, sir, you can, sir, unmute yourself, please.
Yeah.
Thank you. ಸುಭಾಷ್ಗೆ ಮತ್ತು ಅಭಿನಂದನ್ಗೆ ಇಬ್ಬರಿಗೂ ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ಸ್ ಹೇಳಬೇಕು. ಕಾರಣ ಯಾಕೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ, ಯು ಗೇವ್ ಮಿ ಲಾಟ್ ಆಫ್ ನ್ಯೂ ಐಡಿಯಾಸ್ ವಿಚ್ ಯು ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಯೂಸ್ ಅಂತ. ಬಟ್ ದ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ಇಸ್, any cinema, for example, we all now, because of the mobile which we have got on our hand, instead of seeing through our eyes, we are seeing through the camera, and we feel that it is really something good rather than what it was. The reality will not be shown at all. Everybody looks so good in a camera, so even our problems will be beautifully presented, beautifully. So, of course, you are right, Subhash. You have to think in each and every walks of life and each and every walk of people, and we have to take especially this budget, how it whether it inspires or whether it gives a solace or ಅದು ಬರೀ ಒಂದು ಭ್ರಮೆಯ ಅನ್ನೋ ಒಂದು ಇದನ್ನ ನಾವು ಯೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡಲೇಬೇಕಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ಕಾರಣ ವಿ ಆರ್ ಲಿವಿಂಗ್ ಅಲಾಂಗ್ ವಿತ್ ದಿಸ್ ಸಿಸ್ಟಮ್. ಈಗ ಯಾವುದೋ ಆ ಸಿಸ್ಟಮ್ಗಳು ಇಲ್ಲದೆ ಇದ್ದಾಗ ನಮಗೆ ಯಾವುದೋ ಒಂದು ಪ್ರೊಫೌಂಡ್ ಗಟ್ಟಿಯಾದ ಒಂದು ಒಗ್ಗಟ್ಟಿರೋಲ್ಲ. ನಮಗೆ ಕಟ್ತೀವಿ ಅಂದ ಕೂಡಲೇ, ಎಸ್ ವಿ ಆರ್ ಪೇಯಿಂಗ್ ಎ ಟ್ಯಾಕ್ಸ್, ಪ್ಲೀಸ್ ಆನ್ಸರ್ ಮೀ ಅಂತ ಏನೋ ಒಂದು ಅಕೌಂಟಬಿಲಿಟಿನ ಹುಡುಕ್ತಾ ಇದ್ವಿ. ಗವರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಮೇಲೆ ಅಕೌಂಟಬಿಲಿಟಿ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಆಫೀಸರ್ಸ್ ಮೇಲೆ ಇರ್ಬೋದು. ಬಟ್ ಥ್ರೂ ಔಟ್ ಇಲ್ಲಿವರೆಗೆ ನಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಬಂದ ಸಿಸ್ಟಮ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಏನಿತ್ತಪ್ಪ ಅಂದ್ರೆ, ಆಸ್ ಯು ಸುಭಾಷ್ ಬಹಳ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, ಮಿಡಲ್ ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ಇಸ್ ಸ್ಲೋಲಿ ವ್ಯಾನಿಶಿಂಗ್ ಅಂತ. ಸ್ಲೋಲಿ ಇಲ್ಲ ಸುಭಾಷ್, ಐ ಥಿಂಕ್ ಇನ್ ಅನದರ್ 2-3 years ಅದು ಹೋಗುತ್ತೆ, ಇಲ್ಲ ಈ ಕಡೆ ಬರುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ. ಬಟ್ ಒಂದು ಬಹಳ ಸಮರ್ಪಕವಾದಂತ ಒಂದು ಉತ್ತರ ಏನ್ ಹೇಳ್ಬೋದಪ್ಪ ಅಂದ್ರೆ, ಈ ಬಡ್ಜೆಟ್ಗೆ ಅದು ಪಾಪ್ಯುಲರ್ ಬಡ್ಜೆಟ್ ಅಂತೂ ಅಲ್ವೇ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಅದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಎರಡನೇ ಮಾತೇ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಆದ್ರೆ ದೇರ್ ಇಸ್ ಎ ಫ್ಯೂಚರ್ ಥಿಂಕಿಂಗ್ ಇನ್ ವಿಚ್ ಐ ಥಿಂಕ್ ನಮ್ಮ ಇಡೀ ನಮ್ಮ ಬದುಕಿನ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆ ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ, ಜೀವನ ಕ್ರಮ ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ, ಇಟ್ ಹ್ಯಾಸ್ ಟು ಚೇಂಜ್. We were used to keep small changes in a small ಒಂದು ಹುಂಡಿ ಅಂತ ಕರಿತಿದ್ವಲ್ಲ, ಅದರೊಳಗೆ ಸ್ಮಾಲ್ ಚೇಂಜಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಇಟ್ಕೋತಿದ್ವಿ. ಅಂಡ್ ವಿ ಯೂಸ್ ಟು ಯೂಸ್ ಇಟ್ ಮಂತ್ ಎಂಡ್, ಎಸ್ಪೆಷಲಿ ಮಿಡಲ್ ಕ್ಲಾಸ್, ಈ ಸ್ಯಾಲರಿಡ್ ಇವರೆಲ್ಲ ಅದನ್ನ ಒಂದು ಹುಂಡಿಯಿಂದ ತೆಗೆಯೋದು ಅಂತ. They used to remove it from that and use it, and ಆಮೇಲೆ ಮಾತ್ರ ಹುಂಡಿ ತುಂಬಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಕು ಅಂತ. Today, it is not like that. So we must earn, we must use, we must live our own life in a different way. I think our futuristic approach ಏನಿದೆ ಇದು ಈ ಬಜೆಟ್ ಬಂದಿದೆ ಅಂತ ನಂಗೆ ಅನ್ಸುತ್ತೆ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಡಿಜಿಟಲೈಸೇಷನ್ ಅನ್ನೋದನ್ನ ಒಂದು ರೀತಿ ಒಪ್ಕೊಂಡಿರುವಂತ ಇಡೀ ದೇಶ, ಇಡೀ ಪ್ರಪಂಚನೇ ಒಪ್ಕೊಂಡಿರುವಾಗ ಸೊ ಇಡೀ ದೇಶ ಅದ್ರ ಜೊತೆನಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋಗಲೇಬೇಕು. ಈಗ ನನ್ನ ಉದ್ಯಮಕ್ಕೆ ಸಂಬಂಧಪಟ್ಟಾಗ ನಾನು ಮಾತಾಡ್ತೇನೆ, ಯಾಕೆಂದ್ರೆ ಐ ಡೋಂಟ್ ನೋ, ಯಾಕೆಂದ್ರೆ ಆಸ್ ಅನ್ ಎಕಾನಮಿಸ್ಟ್ ನಂಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ಅದು ಹೇಗೆ ಏನು ಅನ್ನೋದು. ನಾನೊಬ್ಬ ಫಿಲ್ಮ್ ಮೇಕರ್ ಆಗಿ ನನ್ನನ್ನು ನಾನು ಅನಲೈಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡ್ರೆ, ಸರ್ ಇಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಎ ಮೋಸ್ಟ್ ಒಂಥರ ಇಂಡಿಸಿಪ್ಲಿನ್ ಸೆಕ್ಟಾರ್ ಯಾವ್ದಪ್ಪ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಸಿನಿಮಾ ಮೇಕಿಂಗ್ ಸೆಕ್ಟರ್. ಈ ಸಿನಿಮಾ ಸೆಕ್ಟರ್ ಇಂಡಿಸಿಪ್ಲಿನ್ ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ, ಅದು ಫೈನಾನ್ಷಿಯಲ್ ಇಂಡಿಸಿಪ್ಲಿನ್ ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ, ಆರ್ಥಿಕ ಶಿಸ್ತು ಅನ್ನೋದು ಇಲ್ಲವೇ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಲ್ಲಿ. ಅದೊಂಥರ ಇದ್ದಂಗೆ ಏನಾದ್ರು ಬ್ಲ್ಯಾಕ್ ಮಾರ್ಕೆಟಿಂಗ್ ಮನಿ ಇದೆಯಾ ಹಾಗಾದ್ರೆ ಅದನ್ನ ಸಿನಿಮಾ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ನೋಡೋ ಅನ್ನೋ ತರದಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಊಹಾಪೋಹ ಭ್ರಮೆ ನಡೀತಾ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ಇವತ್ತು ಅದೆಲ್ಲಕ್ಕೂ ಕಡಿವಾಣ ಬಿದ್ದುಬಿಟ್ಟಿದೆ. ಯು ಕ್ಯಾನಾಟ್ ಯೂಸ್ ದೋಸ್ ಕೈಂಡ್ ಆಫ್, ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ GST ಬಂದ ಮೇಲಂತೂ ಈಚ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಎವರಿ ಕಮಾಡಿಟಿ ಅಂಡ್ ಈಚ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಎವರಿ ಪರ್ಸನ್ ಐಡೆಂಟಿಫೈ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಬರ್ತಿದೆ. ಸೊ ಇನ್ವೇರಿಯಬಲಿ ಸಿನಿಮಾ ಮಸ್ಟ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ ವಿಜುವಲ್ ಎಂಟರ್ಟೈನ್ಮೆಂಟ್, ನಾನು ಬರೀ ಸಿನಿಮಾ ಅಂತ ಇದನ್ನ ಮಾತ್ರ ಹೇಳಲ್ಲ, ಎಂಟರ್ಟೈನ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಇಂಡಸ್ಟ್ರಿ ಅಂತ ಒಟ್ಟಾರೆಯಾಗಿ ಕರಿತೇನೆ. ಸೊ ಎಂಟರ್ಟೈನ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಇಂಡಸ್ಟ್ರಿ ಹ್ಯಾಸ್ ಟು ಗೋ ಇನ್ ಟು ಎ ಫೈನಾನ್ಷಿಯಲ್ ಡಿಸಿಪ್ಲಿನ್. ದೇ ಮಸ್ಟ್ ಅಕ್ಸೆಪ್ಟ್ ದ ರಿಯಾಲಿಟಿ.
Very good.
They must make it accountable and their work also accountable. Otherwise, they will be in trouble. Because later on, slowly, whether you accept it or not, the digital format or a digitization will put you on the spot. It will immediately identify you and it will put you on the spot. So unless otherwise you prepare for this, I think it will be a very difficult for any entertainment industry fellows. And already some of the big fishers already doing it. They are very careful. They are anticipated this and they started for like the big ventures, those who are doing like Amazon, NewsX or whoever it is. They have got a very good control over their content and their approach and their marketing. Whereas the small fishers, I think they are in trouble. That is again, as you are calling about middle class, no? Same thing here. Small budget filmmakers and those who are really bending upon their content and they were experimenting on contents and doing something which is more socially relevant, they will be in trouble. Either you hit a big screen or a big budget, or either you don't get into the entertainment platform at all, and you have to survive with small theater openings and other things, and you have to be very small budget. So
but will it affect creativity, sir? Creativity affect agutta?
Kandita affect agutte, because creativity always lies in the multiplicity of angle. ಈಗ ಎಂಟರ್ಟೈನ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಬಿಗ್ ಬಡ್ಜೆಟ್ ಫಿಲ್ಮ್ಸ್, ಎಸ್ಪೆಷಲಿ ಬಿಗ್ ಮಾರ್ಕೆಟಿಂಗ್ ಅಂತ ಯಾರು ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಅದು ಬೇಕೇ ಬೇಕಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ಅಂಡ್ ದೇ ವಿಲ್ ಗೋ ಟು ಎ ಸೂತ್ರ, ಒಂದು ಸೂತ್ರದ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡೇ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಒಂದು ಫೈಟ್ ಇರಲೇಬೇಕು, ಒಂದು ಡಾನ್ಸ್ ಇರಲೇಬೇಕು, ಒಂದು ಆಕ್ಷನ್ ಇರಲೇಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಕಂಟೆಂಟ್ಗಿಂತ ಹೆಚ್ಚಾಗಿ ಆ ಕಡೆ ಯೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಿರುತ್ತೆ. ಆದ್ರೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಫಾರ್ ಎಕ್ಸಾಂಪಲ್ ದ ವೆಬ್ ಸೀರೀಸ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಅದರ್ಸ್ ವಿಚ್ ಆರ್ ಕಮಿಂಗ್ ನೌ, ದೇ ಆರ್ ಏಮಿಂಗ್ ಇನ್ ಎ ಡಿಫರೆಂಟ್ ವೇ. ದೇರ್ ಅಪ್ರೋಚ್ ಇಸ್ ಡಿಫರೆಂಟ್, ದೇರ್ ಟಾರ್ಗೆಟ್ ಆಡಿಯನ್ಸ್ ಆರ್ ಡಿಫರೆಂಟ್. So it will affect the small fish and small makers and small creative thinkers, those who wanted to experiment and those who wanted to contribute, they will be in trouble. Nanna prakara, either you must have multi-star studded films or very low budget films where you experiment. Even if you lose, you will be happy that my content has reached someone. So that kind of thing will be there. There is no middle way. The middle way is slowly, as you are talking about middle class, the middle way of filmmaking, I think it will lose its grip, which had in 80s, in 1980s, it had a very good impact. Especially middle way of filmmaking, that enchanted everyone, even content making and everything. There was a lot of experiments. And today we are going to lose that because of VFX, gaming, this, all kinds of entertainments around us. So that is the major drawback. And I hope, especially inflation, I don't know what is the impact of inflation. And film, not only film, all entertainment industry, and especially the artists, I think they will have to face a new music, a kind of new music which they have to face.
But is the industry trying to do something in terms of saving those creative doers? Is it possible to do it, or do you expect big corporates to come in? Do you think corporatization of the films, like what they are doing, big budget films, or all highly corporate film sectors ಇದೆ ಅದು ಆ ಥರ ಏನಾದರೂ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾಗುತ್ತಾ ಹೇಗೆ ಅಂತ ತಮಗೇನು ಅನ್ಸುತ್ತೆ ಅಂದರೆ, ಯಾಕಂದರೆ ಯು ಗಾಟ್ ನ್ಯಾಷನಲ್ ಅವಾರ್ಡ್ ಸೋ ಮೆನಿ, ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಅದ್ರದ್ದು ಪೇಯ್ನು ಮತ್ತು ಪ್ಲೆಷರ್ ಏನಿದೆ ಅಂತ. ನಿಮಗೆ ಸೆಕ್ಟರ್ ಇಂಡಸ್ಟ್ರಿ ಕಡೆಯಿಂದ ಈ ಬಡ್ಜೆಟ್ಗೆ ರೆಸ್ಪಾಂಡ್ ಮಾಡೋ ಥರ ಏನಾದರೂ ಒಂದಿಷ್ಟು ಏನೋ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಾ ಹೇಗೆ ಅಂತ, ಏನೋ ಮಾಡಿದಾರಾ ಹೇಗೆ ಅಂತ?
ಇನ್ನೂ ಮಾಡಿಲ್ಲ ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ದ ಕನ್ಫ್ಯೂಷನ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಹೌ ಟು ಅಪ್ರೋಚ್ ಇಟ್ ಅದೇ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಈಗ ಕನ್ಫ್ಯೂಷನ್ ಬಂದ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದೆ. ಒಂದು ನಾವು ಆ ಕಡೆ ಬಿಗ್ ಬಜೆಟ್ ಜೊತೆಲಿ ಇರ್ಬೇಕಾ, ಸ್ಮಾಲ್ ಇವುಗಳ ಜೊತೆಲಿ ಇರ್ಬೇಕಾ ಅನ್ನೋ ಒಂದು ಕನ್ಫ್ಯೂಷನ್. ಸೊ ನಾವು ಈಗ ಒಂದು ಮಿಡ್ಲ್ ಪಾತನ್ನು ಹುಡುಕಬೇಕಾಗಿದೆ. ನನ್ನ ಪ್ರಕಾರ ಕಾರ್ಪೊರೇಟ್ ಕಂಪನಿಗಳು ಬೇಕೇ ಬೇಕಾಗುತ್ತವೆ. ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ಅವೇ ದೇ ಆರ್ ದಿ ಸರ್ವೈವಿಂಗ್ ಫ್ಯಾಕ್ಟರ್ಸ್ ಲೇಟರ್. ಅವುಗಳ ಮೆಂಟಾಲಿಟಿ ಅಥವಾ ಅವರುಗಳ ಮೈಂಡ್ ಸೆಟ್ ಏನಿದೆ ಅದು ಚೇಂಜ್ ಆಗ್ಬೇಕಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಈಗ ಫಾರ್ ಎಕ್ಸಾಂಪಲ್ ಇಂಡಿವಿಜುವಲ್ ಫಿಲ್ಮ್ ಮೇಕರ್ ನಾನು. ಸೊ ನಾನೇ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದೆ, ನನ್ನ ಪಾಡಿಗೆ ನಾನು ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದೆ, ನನ್ನ ಪಾಡಿಗೆ ನನ್ನ ಕೆಲಸ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇತ್ತು, ನನ್ನ ಪಾಡಿಗೆ ನನ್ಗೆ ಫಂಡ್ಸ್ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇತ್ತು, ಫೈನಾನ್ಸ್ ಬರ್ತಿತ್ತು, ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದಾಗಿತ್ತು ನಾನು. ಆದ್ರೆ ಈಗ ಅದು ರೀಚ್ ಆಗೋಲ್ಲ. ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ಕಾರ್ಪೊರೇಟ್ ಸಿಸ್ಟಮ್ ರೀಚ್ ಆಗಬೇಕಾದಂತ ಸಿಸ್ಟಮ್ಗಳು ಏನೇನಿತ್ತು, ಆ ಡಿಜಿಟಲ್ ಪ್ಲಾಟ್ಫಾರ್ಮ್ಸ್ ಏನೇನಿದೆ ಅವೆಲ್ಲವೂ ಅವ್ರ ಕೈನಲ್ಲೇ ಇದೆ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಯು ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಟು ಗೋ ಥ್ರೂ ದೆಮ್ ಓನ್ಲಿ. You don't have another ಇದು.
We'll talk about that. The digital platforms are in some time. So we'll take other opening remarks of other panelists also, sir. We'll come back to that. So we'll go to CA and I ask Pasha, sir. So I think your network is fine now. So please give your opening remarks on budget, on tax. And we're very sorry for that network. So I think now it's fine. So please tell me, sir, your opening remarks on tax. Yeah, please give me a nutshell of 2 minutes so that we can go with the panel discussion. Plenty of questions to be asked, and let us have a good discussion today. Yes, sir, please.
Sure. Good afternoon to all the panelists and the participants here. See, for me, as a person practicing in taxation and more related with everything connected with taxation, my look of the budget is more keen on the taxation proposals, the amendments, whatever government intends to bring in. Honestly, I'm not an economist, though I have a basic knowledge, not to the extent where I can give expert opinion as to what is happening on employment, what is happening on capex expenditures, what is happening on investment or disinvestment. Honestly, not my cup of tea. But when it comes to taxation, whatever proposal that has been put across in this budget, maybe while answering the questions, I will elaborate whatever details that have been put up across in the budget. But over the last 3-4 years, if cumulatively the inflation on an average has gone up, cumulative percentage I'm talking about, 18 to 20% in the last 4 years. So there's always a huge expectation from the common taxpayer that government will come out with still some more tax benefits, some more tax relief and all, which the last 3-4 years have remained stagnant. That whatever basic exhibition limit which existed for the past 4 years, so there was a common view that it was a high time, at least government will increase the exemption limit. But that did not happen. For whatever reason, government intends to support on its justification. Though here and there tweaking about some 5 lakh rupees, these things and all are there. Like what Mr. Subhash has put across, maybe like from taxation perspective, again, government is not much concerned about the people, particularly taxation provision, the people who are earning anywhere between, say, up to 10 lakh rupees. So more of the tax provision are cornered or concerned about for the high-end earning people. So nothing in this budget as far as tax relief is concerned, whether it is for a person who is not having any taxable income, no tax relief, or even the middle class people. Because going by statistics, 90% of the taxpayers are the people who declare or who have their income of less than 10 lakhs. So out of the total taxpayers, 90% taxpayer do have their income majorly salaried class, all this category of the taxpayers whose like income is less than 10 lakh rupees. For those less than 10 lakh rupees or 90%, absolutely nothing in the budget. As a taxman, I can easily say that this time there was no budget at all when it comes to taxation perspective, because one line what government simply added was no change in taxation. One point the Honorable Finance Minister put across in her speech, she said like the complaints procedures, whatever was there, from 1,200 complaints that has been brought down to single digit. Personally, you ask me, absolutely, this is not a statement supported by any facts. Complaints procedure or burden procedure, though it is online now, but when it comes to taxation complaints compared to a few years back, it has been multiplying one after the other and has not been reduced. What is this 1,200 complaints that has been reduced to single digit? Nothing, no say on this. Neither the finance ministry has issued any clarification for whatever statement made. So on what basis the statement was made, as a taxman, I cannot comment on this. So concluding this, for tax people or the people who are interested more on taxation in the budget, please go ahead with your daily lives. Nothing happened in the budget. Let's continue with whatever old thing happened. Thank you. I can continue later.
Sir. We'll come to Shubha Ganesh, ma'am. So please, your opening remarks on startup. You can, I think you've been in the startup firm and you can talk about, I think you have plenty things to talk about it, I think startup. So what is your remarks on opening? Please, restrict yourself for 2 minutes so that we can open discussion. Yeah, please.
So good afternoon, everyone, students, faculty members, and my fellow panelists. I hope you can hear me, Abhinandan, properly.
Yeah, please, perfect. You can go ahead.
So I first of all like to thank you all for this opportunity to be a part of the panel. What interested me in the part of the budget was the words which were peppered in the budget this time, something like digital universities, telemedicines, open source APIs, a finance minister's mentioning about APIs, about digital currency through blockchain, and taxing with virtual digital assets. So this made this budget to be more of futuristic innovations are being used for, I could say as leapfrogging India into a digital age. So these were something which impressed a lot of investors, that Indian government and India as such is thinking how to, take straight away go to a digital environment to help India to grow in a faster way. I will give you 2 examples of how we have leveraged digital arena to become a better country. First was about vaccination. If you notice, India was a country which had developed its own vaccination, where even an advanced country like Germany did not have its own vaccination. It was possible because government had set up a council called BIRAC. It was called Biotechnology Industrial Research Assistant Council, which gave the technological knowledge to people who could come forward and develop the vaccines. So the knowledge part was given by this council, and this is purely a government organization. And this called for a lot of companies to come and manufacture the vaccine so that it can be distributed all over the country. So the results are for everyone to see. We have, despite of having such a large population, able to vaccinate at least 50% with 2 and maybe 70% with 1 vaccine. So this is an incredible achievement. Similarly, if I take one more example where startups have been supported by the government and have again made us in the league of top nations, is I would like you to recall the Republic Day drone display. I think all of us would have seen it and been fascinated that 1,000 drones were used for the display of in the beating the retreat. And this was done by a company called BotLab Dynamics. This is again a company incubated by IIT Delhi and Department of Science and Technology. So these are the small actions by the government through these startup supports, which is taking India forward into you could call it as one of the top few nations in the world, right? So, but this is the what you would call as the positive side of startups. India has 40 unicorns today, but most of the 40 unicorns have been domiciled abroad. Why? Because we still don't have ease of starting business in India for startups. So that is what you would call as a negative side of the startup universe. So I would also like to talk about employment and MSME part of this thing, but Abhinandan, I will do it in the next round.
Thank you, ma'am. So we'll go to Mr. Naveen, as a young agri entrepreneur working in a corporate, managing both corporate and agriculture business and startup incubation center, whatnot. I think Professor Subhash sir is also with us. One of his PhD scholar also did one agriculture. He'd be the right person to talk about marketing skill. Your opening remarks on agriculture. What is there in agriculture, in this budget? What we have to talk about, please. You have to unmute. Naveen.
Is my voice audible now?
Yes, please.
Okay. So good afternoon, one and all. So, and first of all, thank you, Abhinandan, for giving me this opportunity, which is never expected, first of all. And just to give you the brief background about what I would like to talk about. So just to give you background about my professional experience. My professional experience is into investment management or investment research and portfolio management. We do research on nearly 300 plus financial institutions, fund management and other stuffs. So this budgeting or whatever it is there, like actually it is a bread and butter for us every time. So we look at in my 160 people team, like actually we look at and we just work around. But when exactly it comes to Indian budget, I majorly like actually focus on agriculture and I always look at. The reason is two. Like actually, I started, as you rightly said in my opening remark, like I look for the good food. So I started farming practice from 2013 as a natural farmer. And from then, like actually, I always look for the budget. How exactly can create a farmer a sustainable farming model? So for establishing a sustainable farming model, it's very difficult. So that too, like actually in terms of like chemical free farming, because there are a couple of states or couple of countries. If we know, like Sri Lanka has declared as a chemical free country and they become having a very bad situation in their country. The same exactly it is going in Assam as well. So now, what exactly I just would has been seeing in the budget is, if you look at the budget copy, in the after India's glance, how exactly India is doing, the next section comes like actually how exactly agriculture is doing, what exactly given to agriculture. The reason is everyone knows what I call the largest population in the country more than 50 to 60% directly or indirectly has been dependent on agriculture, right? And all political party don't want to ignore that particular sector. And along with that, always given a dialogue or a drama name called as Annadata. Is Annadata is a right word? Is this particular Annadata word itself is killing the agriculture sector? Instead of Annadata, can this particular word become a Anna Udyami or Anna, what you call agri-entrepreneur? So that is where exactly, means even the agriculture, I would like to look in the angle of entrepreneurship or as a one of the work or one of the enterprise. If you look at that, like actually how exactly we can take it to the next level. So it's always has been seen into incentive sector. It may be the freebies, it may be loans or whatever it is. It never has been seen as a generating income level kind of a sector. So when exactly has been come out with the concept called as farmers double income and those all the things, I was very much amazed with the concepts. But I personally feel couple of things are not getting implemented on ground. So those all the things are there in the paper. It's not coming on the ground. And one of the major thing which I have been becoming one of the beneficiary also, it's really related to PMFME, Prime Minister Formalization of Micro Enterprise Unit. The concept here is there is a 8 lakhs unorganized sector. The unorganized sector, small unit. Can that 8 lakhs unit, can we in next 5 years, can that 8 lakhs micro units can be converted into organized sector unit? So that is a very dream concept. So if I wanted to give you the stats, in there is only like 150 applications. Means there are applications of nearly 200 to 250 in last 1 year. Like actually only 150 people has been able to establish the business unit. So there are a lot of challenges. So I just don't want to get into a lot of details now. The bottom line I'm just looking at, and I would like to talk more on, can this particular sector make a sustainable, or can this sector can be seen as an economic agent rather than voting agent? Thank you.
Thank you. I think very well said. We'll come back to that, whatever you talked about it a little later. I think a few minutes back, Professor Shubhas and Nagabarna sir was interacting about the in the media especially. I have a serious concern, Nagabarna sir. My personal belief that government does not take the industry, the cine industry seriously at all. I feel that this has been industry is completely neglected, and because entertainment is a part of the economical national growth, but I feel this industry is completely neglected. If you're given a chance, what do you expect the budget from cine industry or media industry, sir? I hope you're there, sir. Nagabarna, sir. Okay. Okay, so Professor Shubhas sir, I think you can take on this. Is it true that what I said, this industry has been neglected? When the Nagabarna sir was talking about this.
See, I really don't know what you mean by saying neglected.
Yeah. I mean to say, like only the GST part we talk about it. Apart from that, we never talk about industry as such.
Actually, the government need not necessarily be in the business of a business, actually, is what they say, right? So, even if in case you say that the government does not respect the sentiments of the industry, they cannot ignore the industry, because the fan following and the kind of direct access you have to the millions of people, which you can do only by film certification that they are doing right now. The certification they do, or the A or B or whatever it is that they give, AU and all that, that is the only kind of control, if at all they have any kind of regulation on that. But other than that, it is left completely to the private sector is what I feel. And opening up more and more, I don't think there's a bad idea. It's a good idea only to open up more and more. But whatever Sri Nagabarna mentioned about was that the structure of the industry is going away. In the sense, the middle class kind of a thing, people who were doing middle-sized films are now vanishing. It's very difficult for them to come in. That's why I was asking whether the industry itself should come out very clearly. As you asked directly to Sri Nagam, I think we should get to know from them what they want actually.
Correct.
On the budget side, if they get to know what they want, for example, they've been talking about 50% capacity for the screens, for example.
Capacity.
Digital capacity. At the same time, there is an observation that all the single screen theaters are closing down. So only multiple screen people will survive, right? If that is the way it is, the market is changing. Market also is changing. So industry also has to change according to it. So I wouldn't know more than that because
okay. We'll come back to sir. I think once he come back, we'll pose once again the same.
Yeah.
So we'll continue with what you were talking about. Few minutes you talked about the bridging a gap between the rich and the poor. How do you bridge this gap between the rich and the poor, sir? The kind of system we have got it in India.
No, it's so difficult to bridge actually. What I feel is it's a blessing in disguise if the middle class vanishes also. According to me, it's a blessing in disguise if the middle class vanishes. What will happen is all the entrepreneurs, business people will be the upper class and everybody else will be working class. Only problem here is the middle class has got bloated over a period of time in India. Now, if the middle class also has to work for it, every person is like, for example, I feel every household should get an income of say approximately 50,000 per month, if I say that, so that they can lead a comfortable life. If we are able to raise the living standards, the working standards, the wages and all that, so that an average person working in any way should get about 50,000 rupees per month, then I think the quality of life and everything else improves. But there are other issues also. Like health is a very big disaster in India. There's no doubt about it. We're playing a very dangerous game in the health sector actually, because health infrastructure is not improved. Of course, Madam Shubha Ganesh was talking about the vaccine, but also she should recollect one thing, that India is the largest producer of vaccines in the world. Not now, not at the time of COVID, prior to COVID. Why? Because India used to carry a lot of diseases and we could not depend on the foreign drug manufacturers. So India established, in fact, all your pharmaceutical companies, nationalized pharmaceutical companies that have come up, penicillin ones that you're talking about, Karnataka State Antibiotics Limited, Maharashtra State, and everyone, they thought that they were all like white elephants. But no, they required, because India needed them as such. So it's a great advantage that we have, that we can still, still do very well as far as the health sector is concerned. But another point which I think you as an educationist also should concern about is that education sector needs a lot of inputs from the budget, which has not been happening. Digitization is a good one, but when you don't have a proper digital infrastructure, like you yourself saw, so many technical hiccups even in spite of being in Bangalore, right? So what about the rural side? Rural side, there are so many people who are talking about, you want to have so many channels, 200 channels that you want to have. Instead of 12 channels, you want to increase it to 200 channels. Fair enough. But what kind of infrastructure is available at the rural level right now? Is it available? Those are the issues that has to be definitely addressed.
So adding to that, I think now digitalization, they're talking about 5G and they talk about the e-Vidyalaya and, all these things. Do you feel education system, especially in India, the university setup and, what they're trying to promote, digital university, is it really make an effective, sir? Especially the person like Nagabarna sir and all, they are into theater and the personalities like a cinemas. They cannot teach the artist through digital. So there's a lot of challenges in education sector too. And after the pandemic, we talk about digitalization as a faculty, as you said about we being in a metropolitan cities and cities like this. If we have the technical glitches like this, what about the rural areas? Do you think the digital universities will have an effect?
See, I think Madam Shubha Ganesh spoke about the wonders of digitization and digital university. No doubt about it. That digitization and digital university definitely has got a fantastic amount of contribution it can do. But the approach towards that is what is a problem. See, one end, you don't want to fund the public universities. Tell me which of the state universities are getting the funds that they need. Tell me which of the state universities are able to appoint people as they want. And the talk about in fact, the very sensitive topic to talk about is the selection of the vice chancellors in all universities is completely managed by the political system as such. Now, when you have so much of influence on choice of a vice chancellor, and further ahead, you have so much of influence in terms of selection of teachers also in the universities and colleges. Now tell me, at the end of it, yesterday, one of the chartered accountants turned around and asked me a very, very uncomfortable question. He asked me, you are also from the university. Tell me, what is the intellectual capital left out behind in the university? I asked him, turned around and asked him, you are not giving it the autonomy that it needs. You are interfering in the choice of the vice chancellor. You are interfering in the choice of the teacher. Now you turn back around and ask us, what is the intellectual capital? How fair is this? Now, without strengthening the conventional university and then adding the digital infrastructure, you can't throw away the university system, especially state-funded universities, and say the private sectors will take care of it, throw them out completely, and then now start a digital university. I think there is a need for some comprehensive look at that, which is unfortunately the spending in the education sector is still not 6 whatever percentage that we needed. It's still hovering around 2-3%. It's not okay at all. I feel that there is a need for health as well as education, both of them to be addressed very seriously.
Okay, thank you, sir. I'll come to Shubha Ganesh. I think you talked about the infrastructural, the importance about it. Can you please tell me what is this infrastructural, that PM Gati Shakti, what they're talking about, 25,000 kilometer of roads construction? Is it realistic? 25,000? You see, in Bangalore there is one flyover called Bangalore Tumkur. It's been 6 months, they are not able to complete. My students are sitting and watching here, and they might be telling them, they might be laughing, because whenever they come late to the class, I will not allow them to enter the class. 6 months I have not completed the road at the stretch of 10 kilometers or 50 kilometers, whatever it is. But is it a realistic, 25,000 kilometers? Please tell me.
Yeah, so Abhinandan, the thing is, we are having a completely two different type of roads today. If you step out of any city and you catch the highways are so smooth and good, and you are reaching from one place to another in shorter duration than what you did even few years ago. Whereas when you come to something inside the cities, the roads are full of potholes, and driving probably inside the city takes longer than probably reaching from, say, Bangalore to Mysore after you leave the highway or any other place with the highway. So in the focus of the government for last many years has been developing the highways. I have no doubt that they would probably do the 25,000 kilometers, but our the roads inside the city will remain the same. So that is where the issues are, that you have a fantastic highways outside the city limits, and you have terrible roads inside the city limits. But what advantage you have in these highways which are coming up is that it is connecting the hinterland to or probably the ports and the airports, where there is a possibility for a farmer who's interior to any state will be in a position to export and probably earn money. So for example, the distance between Delhi and Bombay is now going to be reduced to, I think, 9 hours, if I'm not mistaken, of travel by road. And the turnaround time for any trucks has dropped dramatically. We have many startups who are giving truck drivers 8-hour duty and, asking them to go away after an 8-hour duty, which was unheard of some time back. So to answer your question, 25,000 kilometers highway, yes, it's possible, but we'll still have two different types of roads, one which are smooth and great outside the cities and one which is pothole fill inside cities.
See, okay, I'll come back to you, ma'am, again, because when I was interacting with one of the construction company CEO, he told me in a day, it can able to do it 40 to 50 maximum. And that to the pandemic kind of situation or Omicron kind of a situation, reaching 25 is the biggest task. And the kind of waves which is going to come, and the kind of transmission which is taking in the health sector, I think is a real challenge for the construction industry, as a whole. I think as you mentioned about the connectivity, I'll go to the Mr. Naveen. Naveen, can you please tell me how the connectivity is there in the rural areas with regard to agriculture? Do you think the farmers are getting the good facility for infrastructure? In the budget, they're not talking about the power cuts. They're not talking about anything which is at most need. I think you have to unmute. Naveen?
Yeah, I have unmuted. See, there are 2 points you have touched upon, which is very interesting. The first point is, I just wanted to let you know that from last 2 years, from when pandemic started, I am working from my farm. Okay. So I can say that actually we have the better road in rural area compared to the city's pathol roads. Okay. That maybe credit may goes to different local government. That is for different things. But I can feel and I can be comfortable that even the rural development departments in every way means because as I am aware of local bodies also empowered in many states, including in Karnataka. So because I can see that my local bodies have been doing better job and better roads have been established here. So that is one. The second one, in terms of the transportation, that's correct. So transportation is a very big challenge. And also that is what exactly misused by the middlemen. So if I wanted to give you the example of chilies. Chili in 2014-15, I used to grow more than 3 tons of chili by thinking in Bangalore. When I was staying in Bangalore, I was going and checking with give me some 250 gram of chili. I used to pay 25 rupees to 30 rupees for 250 grams. I'm assuming that actually if they are looting 100 rupees, at least I may get 20-25 rupees when I grow chilies. That is the objective what exactly I kept. But I just wanted to give you this example as how exactly transportation work in terms of the agriculture. So whatever I grew, the chilies, if I take into Unsur market, it is a taluk market. It has been purchased at 6 rupees. If I take to Mysore market, it is going to be given at 11 rupees. If I take it to Bangalore market, it's at 23 rupees. Where exactly the maximum money is going? And every kgs, my principle is I don't give it to the middleman. I give it to Opcom, or I give directly to the customer, or one supply chain management. I don't want to give it to multiple people. So that is the reason every week I travel from Bangalore to my farm to Bangalore. So just to distribute my produces. So I incur a cost of 17 rupees per kg when I am a small farmer. I have a 12 acres of land, whatever I grow and I take. So now the point, what I'm trying to say is, so whatever the freebies are there, see, I got an opportunity to interact with the minister also. I was checking with him a small thing about you have a distribution system for milk production. We have a Nandini, the beautiful concept. So how exactly they are doing, that is a different story. But the 3 hours is what exactly the perishability. So for 3 hour perishability of a milk, you have a distribution system. I have my fruits and vegetable, which has a 3 days of perishability or more. Why can't we have a distribution system? Why Opcom and the milk dairies can work together and create a distribution system for us? And finally, actually, I have requested for natural farmers, can we have a local farmers market in your office vicinity? The reason is that they have nearly 547 offices, the horticulture offices across Karnataka. If we can create a market, local market, for bringing all the farmer produce in one place and sold in that particular place, we can avoid some amount of the middlemen. Why can't departments think about this? So the bottom line, I just wanted to say, I may deviating the topic, but what I'm trying to say is infrastructure and this transportation and the road connectivity, whatever you said, that's absolutely correct. It directly get impact to the agriculture cost. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you, Naveen. And I made you wait, Nayas Pasha sir. I'll come back to you. It's the tax question from you.
It's fine, not an issue.
What would be the government thinking on a taxation, sir? I think every time budget comes year on year, they're trying to tell, saying that year on year changes is not happening anymore. Is the government want to promote saying that not make any changes year on basis? Is it that the government is trying to be adamant, saying that let me have that kind of a rule of a taxation fixed for 5 years, will not change in between, so that will not confuse the taxpayer? Is it true what I'm trying to say?
I cannot comment on this statement. It will be,
okay. But what is your view, sir, about the taxation? Because
see, what is happening is, as a consultant, what I foresee is like procedural compliances, what government says so of kind of ease of doing business. Unfortunately, that has not been happening over the years. Various things like what our government says, ease of doing business, e-filing, e-assessments, all these things. Just to illustrate one or two scenarios, like the government brought in this something called as e-assessments to verify the returns, to scrutinize the assessee's information, whatever that has been submitted. Unfortunately, what we are seeing is the personal, not in terms of any other thoughts to be brought in, the personal rapport, what we have, a touch, what we have in explaining face to face together for an assessee for any complicated things that carried in the accounts or anything that there is missing now. Now, a person sitting on the other side of the screen will presume many things which factually does not exist, which again unnecessarily leading into litigations. In fact, for the financial year 2020-21, when it was made compulsory for doing all the assessments on so-called e-assessments or e-filing mode, in my own office itself, usually I used to have yearly something like say 10 to 12 appeal cases where assessees would ask for to file appeal against particular assessment order. After this March 21, I have with me even people who are not even my clients turning up for various, to go for appeal against the assessment orders passed by the AOs. And it is like 4 to 5 folds increase in the litigations now amongst my clients only, amongst the people who turn to me or who come to some other reference. I could see there is a increase in litigation which has gone to the 5-fold times compared to a couple of years back. Again, digitization, all these things in legal aspect or in taxation aspect, personally, I feel it doesn't work much as any other maybe a classes or discussion or any other seminars. In tax litigations, it's actually the fact what should be seen across by the officer, presented by the taxpayer. And many a times what we see is, I cannot even blame the assessing officers also. Since there is no clarity given, they presume something. In fact, just on a lighter note, one officer I wrote like, please see the attachment below. This happened a couple of years back when there was a combination of both virtual and also the physical hearing. Then that person kept on sending notice per notices. We were responding for all notices. Finally, we thought we'll go and meet him up. When we went and meet him up, his response was, are you ordering me to check the attachment? That is how the response was. He felt like I'm dictating him. When I say like, please see the attachment, suddenly his perception was like as if I'm dictating or I'm directing him or ordering him to see the attachment. That fellow got offended. He's like, you don't have politeness to write in the mail what you're directing me, you're ordering me to read the mail. I don't want to see that. When you put up the attachment, I have a common sense to look at the attachment. What you will tell me to look at the attachment this way. Now, this particularly though we are so advanced in our English language, but it happens like what I want to express in my words and what I put in words, what is read by the other person, how it is read, it's completely different. So I think compliance procedure is what still the government should work on in terms of taxation, which it's becoming difficult day by day as we move on, particularly managing the tax issues.
Thank you, sir. We have a couple of few taxation questions will come to you.
Yes, not
wait for some more time.
Okay.
I'll come back to Professor Subhash, sir. What is the key takeaway for automobile industry? Now you see the automobile industry after COVID has started increasing its sales, and they want to have their own vehicle so that they should not catch up COVID. So that is one industry. The sales, and I was looking at every industry projecting the sale is increasing. Now the new concept has come, electric vehicle, and the concept of swapping off batteries. What is your views on this, sir?
I think that's one of the finest moves that they have done. There is no denying the fact that we depend on fossil fuel too much, right? One of the largest imports that we do is in the oil. Now, it is possible that with the support being given for electric vehicles, in which way? So many ways they are giving it, which will definitely be a booster for us. You can already see that two-wheelers and four-wheelers are coming in the electric one. And if you look at the battery technology is the key for any electric vehicle's mobility. In terms of, number one, the weight of the battery, and number two, how long you need to charge it. Now, a lot of technology is coming into faster charge, number one, and smaller size as such. Now, the Reliance also, Ammani's are spending a little more on sodium. Now, there are different ways by which they're trying to technology. In fact, there is a very interesting theory that the fossil fuel, all the automobile manufacturers in the world have deliberately slowed down the technology, research and development in technology related to batteries. For the last 20, 30 years, they have not supported the development of battery technology. Only now when they realize that another fossil fuel will last only about another 20, 30 years or whatever, now they have started looking at electric vehicles. And I feel that swappable battery is the only way that they can do right now, because charging time it takes. So while you have a charging location, you might also have a battery swapping battery locations also. So we can dot it with many. So we need to have some standardization in terms of batteries, and also needs the standardization in terms of the charging facilities. And maybe these will be much smaller than the petrol bunks, or maybe the petrol bunks themselves will also add up the EV charging sections also. Maybe they will slowly get converted into swappable battery chunks also. I feel the moment, definitely whatever the government is doing in terms of that is definitely very, very good. In addition to that, I feel that the thrust that is being given to the drone technology is one of the finest things that the government has done. In fact, I feel people like you who are also at the graduation level education, and I am also very keen on that, is that somehow we should develop some kind of an incubation center in each of the colleges, where you straight away take a drone technology, buy out the drone, but you can always use it for a lot of services, like say delivery of fruits and vegetables, maybe delivery of postman can be changed away now. A lot of deliveries can happen with, a lot of services can definitely take up in drone, especially in the agriculture sector. There is no end to what all can happen. Then you'll have cooperative societies only operating drones in all the village hubs actually where this thing. And I must like to add that whatever Mr. Naveen Avaif has just mentioned about the network for agriculture, horticulture, this thing, it's one of the finest ideas I ever came across. In fact, it's true. Milk having a 3-hour perishability is having such a nice system. Why? Thanks to Korean. But we don't have a similar system done for fruits and vegetables. But here is a catch. I have spoken to some of the industry leaders who are getting into agriculture, especially horticulture, fruits and vegetables. You are expecting private players to come in there. I don't know whether it's a right policy of the government. government could really rethink about it. Like how they have an NDDB, they should have a national, maybe horticulture development board or something, and have a network of cold storages, have network of storing, and have standard prices for this thing. It will give a fillip to movement of the farmers to start growing on the commercial side a little more. Let us stop growing too much of paddy and sugar cane, which consumes water, and let us move towards millets and other kinds of products.
Yeah. Thank you, sir. I think I'll go to the Naveen only because as you mentioned about the drones and especially in the budget also they mentioned about that they can use it in farming. It's a very right move and right approach of as well as my concern, because if you see in the Bangalore and other parts of the city in Karnataka itself, where there's an elephant attacks and it has been crops will be destroyed by the wild animals. Now it's not that we have taken their land or they have taken our land. We don't know, but what is it nature? But what I'm trying to say is about how many farmers could able to afford something called a drone, and is it a short term or a long term that kind of a infrastructure which is creating? That's my question, sir.
See, as per my understanding, they have been coming up with a very good amount of subsidy scheme for the drone adoption in a farming sector. That's good. But that's going to happen only if in case we have a good, efficient farmer producer organization. Okay. The problem with the farmer producer organization is majority of them are sponsored by political agencies. And political agencies play a major role there. And all FPOs are only has been driven like only fertilizer vending machines. So they have the tie-up with fertilizer companies, and they get fertilizer. They give a little bit lower cost to the farmer. This all the fertilizers. But one good thing, what exactly I have been observed, and what exactly the moment of Modi, I've been seeing it. If you observe it like 2 3 months back, like 2 months back, the natural farming guru like Subhash Palekar ji, we had a one event uh, in the north, like he was part of that. And also in this particular budget, if you look at it, promoting chemical free natural farming, starting with farmers lands close to the river Ganga. So I don't know like actually why exactly it is chosen only Ganga. It is because of the election gimmick or whatever it is. But the point here is that is the right move, the right approach. We may able to take it and we drive it from there. And when exactly come to the drone, I really means I'm a little bit lack in understanding about the usage of drone uh, in our this thing what you call agriculture. The majority it is used for insecticide like spraying or whatever it is. So I am the person I don't want to do anything to my farm. So I'm going doing natural farming. I just wanted to grow it like a fruit forest kind of a concept. So I'm not very much apt for that. Our drone can be used definitely with different usage other than the insecticide too. But we can definitely look at means that particular opportunity need to be given to the group of farmers rather than the individual. When you give to the individual, whoever the high net worth farmers who are on the road for fighting for formulas or whatever it is there. So those kind of the people may come out and take this advantage. So even like actually when I look at one of the important point I have seen in the budget is 2.37 lakhs crores to farmer for buying a crop under the minimum support price. If you look at that particular thing, it's a very big money. It's a 33 billion US dollar. This $33 billion has been given for the wheat and paddy farmers. Okay, it's good. The 16 million farmers will be benefited. But if you go and look at the reality, this all the MSP has been taken advantage only from the few set of farmers and in few set of states. And those people know how exactly it can play around with the MSP so that only they were on the road. So this all the money, like actually maybe taxpayer money or whoever's the money, why exactly it need to be concentrated for this kind of a effort? I don't know. So I'm not. This is my opinion. That's all. Like I'm not.
Certain agricultural, field. Especially, I have visited your farm, and I know how you've been cultivating, what kind of interest you are showing it. But certain, aspects, especially in the wheat or rice or any other, even the sugar cane, there is a requirement of facility about the drone to check about how the facility is. It's a good one, but again, as Professor Subhash have mentioned about, it's a very long term, and the implementation approach is also very difficult. And I have one more concern about the electric vehicle, Professor. See, we have rented bikes, rented cars, and how rough, how bad we use with when it is not our own asset. And my concern is about when we have a battery of exchanging or swapping, what kind of a situation will lead to? I mean, it will be effective again if it is the government one or public-private partnership that the government has to come out with. How does it has to plan, Professor?
If you ask me, the swapping of the batteries, you remember that they will pick the old battery and go and put it inside, and then there will be a measuring. There will be a method of measuring the quality of the battery which is coming in there. If the battery is completely spoiled because of bad usage, obviously you may not get your replacement. So there will be some way by which they will definitely check on the swappable battery whether if it's it's only for charging that you take, it's fine. Otherwise, there may be something else. They definitely will find a way of doing that. That is not a problem. And Naveenji, if I have to just add something to what you're saying about drone, see, it's just not pesticides and insecticides. There are intelligent drones now which can even pick fruits based on whether it is fruit or not. Like especially if you have fruits which are grown at different stages in the day, like one today or another one tomorrow, it can selectively pick and pluck those fruits only, which are there's a lot of intelligence goes in drones nowadays that can come in. So there is no doubt, but we are worried, of course, about the labor intensity will go away. True. Now that is another thing. And I recollect my discussion with one of the Israeli scientists who had come to Mysore at some point of time in that science center, and they have the National Science Day or something like that at Mysore. And I asked him, how come Israel, with such a low productivity capability, really, how come they are doing so very well, whereas in India, we are not doing so well as far as agriculture is concerned? It's a poor farmer who suffers now. He made one statement. He said, in Israel, we don't grow bulk crops. We only grow value-added crops. Like he said, he spoke about growing roses with long stem, without thorn, for Valentine. One day they'll be able to produce 10 million roses maybe for exports. And they are priced at a different price. Now, likewise, what you said about the horticulture, fruits and vegetables, if you're able to set up a network of that, I'm sure it will be possible for us to slowly shift the farmers from the bulk crops to maybe vegetables and exotic vegetables, exotic fruits, and slowly we'll be able to move towards exporting those also, is what I feel. And what you said also, you did not mention very specifically about the problems that we have with MSP and how some 2 states are cornering most of the money, and the farmers' agitation that you had. There is no doubt, my interaction with some of them are very clear. They say there are farmers in Delhi, in Punjab, in Haryana, who might own 10 acres of land, but who don't produce 1 kilogram of wheat or rice. But they are receiving lots of money as subsidies or MSP. How come they are doing it? They have evolved some system of siphoning off that large amount of money in the name of MSPL, and that is the reason why the Modi government had come and stopping that. Unfortunately, it got backfired. Why it got backfired is because they tried to involve the corporates in the purchase and storage of all things. They should not have clubbed these two. If they had only kept that part of it, maybe they would have been a better deal as such. But the farmers' bills, according to me, what I heard, is a good one. Is a good one. We have to wait and see what will happen.
Okay, thank you, Professor. All the participants, please see there is a polling is going on. The questions are coming there, popping up. You can answer it out there also. That is also one way of interacting with us. And Naveen want to talk about something. I think he has raised his hands. Please, you can speak. Yeah.
Yeah, I just would like to talk two things. Subhash sir said a fantastic point about uh, not going for a monocropping. So that is a very bigger challenge. I completely agree with you. Even like actually my methodology of doing is 40 different kind of varieties of fruits we grow, and which is at least a 5 to 6 varieties, like it will be available in every month. So we are doing a lot of value addition from the fruit. We do the grading, and from the grading, like actually for now, what exactly I have been focused on is banana flour, banana powder. So converted banana powder, which can be an alternative for maida, the healthy lifestyle. So now the point what I am trying to drive with this is, see, there are opportunities, there are a lot of facilities available. So how exactly this facility is going to be reached to the right individual? One. The second one is how exactly entire system can support that particular initiative. Just to, if I wanted to talk in a 1 minute about the scheme, which exactly I'm very excited about, that is PMFME scheme again. Reason is that they have been come out with a scheme for the small micro enterprises unit. Along with that, they have been attached a component called as branding and marketing. But this branding and marketing, the planning what exactly they have and implementation what they have, that is not properly done. So that is one problem. Second one, what exactly have been seen is common facility, common infrastructure, common facility centers. So this scheme has been helped many of the universities, and for Karnataka, like actually I would like to thank Quebec. So they got approval for nearly 16 common facility center, which is in CFTRI and many other places. And farmer can go there and first be an incubating, and they can start utilizing that particular service for producing whatever the value add products they wanted to do. Now, problem here is again you have been given to the government authority or government universities. It's not happening. Like actually, the funds has been released at least a year back. The things are not moving. So finally the thing here is, as a individuals, as a group, in our capability, from my capability, I can enable some of the agri entrepreneurs. We have started a Mysore Raitodyami Pratisthana and enabling nearly 8 agri entrepreneurs. We are trying them and we are making them to produce some produce. We are taking that particular produce to the market and selling that particular produce. That is a small effort I can do. So I personally feel everyone from their capacity or capability, they need to local for vocal, that is okay. Local market need to be strong or created. So that way, like actually we can create a sustainable farming model and sustainable lifestyle as well. Other than avoiding this all the snacks or junk fruits and everything, we can have couple of food processed produce itself for our local market. That's what my opinion is.
Thank you, Naveen. I would now bring Shubha Ganesh into picture. Please, ma'am, can you please talk about what is this virtual digital asset? They talk about this new time and government RBI want to promote this. What is this virtual digital asset?
Okay. There are two aspects of this. RBI wants to promote the virtual digital currency, right? Whereas the virtual digital assets are something like a crypto or NFTs, which which you can hold as in a wallet or in in an account, which can appreciate over value. If you look at crypto or NFTs, uh, it is something which you probably purchase and hope the value of the uh, asset which you purchased appreciates over time and you make money out of it. It is similar to a stock which you buy in a stock exchange. So today, with the way the budget has approached a crypto or NFT is like it's an asset where you can purchase at a particular value and you probably want to sell it at another value in the future. And the difference between the purchase price and the sale price is your capital gains for which you have to pay tax. So today, even if crypto is not recognized in India, the gains which you get out of it has to be taxed at 30%, and you have to pay tax along with 1% TDS on this. So this is different from what is called digital currency. Digital currency is something which you can have it in a digital wallet, where you can, instead of cash, use a digital currency through a digital wallet and pay for all the goods and services. So you could probably exchange the money in your bank for a digital currency, and the digital currency will lie in your digital wallet. And when you go to a shop or wherever you go, you pay out of your digital wallet to the digital wallet of that shop, and you do a purchase of any goods and services. So this is expected to replace your cash in the future. But how RBI will implement it and take it forward through blockchain is something which we have to see and look at.
Yeah. Thank you, ma'am. I think after demonetization, a lot of changes happening with respect to currency aspect. We need to look, you really want to see how this is going to affect. Let me bring in, I think Nagavarna sir has joined. So before I come to your last Pasha sir also, one question on that. So what are the good things about the long-term capital gain? And I think before going to that, I think the cryptocurrency has not been talked so far, and suddenly the 30% of taxation they want to charge on that. What is that crypto is all about, and why crypto is so much of importance in this budget? 30% all of a sudden, so far in the politically we had a discussed debate, politically blame game happened, but suddenly 30% of taxation and NFT we have not identified it. There is no regulation about it. Is it the right form of investing? What about the investors already invested and taxing? I think you can talk few line on that. So.
Sure. See, government, though in definition of taxing this, they have said like digital asset, including anything made out of crypto model. So they did not say that we are taxing cryptocurrencies. They simply use the word any kind of digital asset which is not being a currency of Indian currency or a foreign currency. I don't want to go to the area of what is cryptocurrency, what is important of this, what is the impact of economy, and that will take its own time to explain. I'll restrict only to the taxation ambit. There is a lot of yes and no happening for banning cryptocurrency, not banning cryptocurrency, regulating it, not regulating it. Though government is taking up its own steps, its own initiative to regulate, the government has felt, I personally feel government has felt that it will not be able to completely abolish or completely debar any person from doing in cryptocurrency or dealing in cryptocurrencies. Even though, like I had some few clients who made good money on cryptocurrencies in the last year, in spite of, I cannot say that this is not taxable. No, never. Because in income tax, we have a funda like any income, unless it is clearly made exempted, every income is taxable. Last financial year, I myself had about 3-4 clients who had done dealing with cryptocurrencies, made some decent money also out of that. So even before this bill had come out, there was always a consensus or agreement among the consultants like this is like any other virtual asset, even though this is not a currency. So we had our understanding amongst professionals like anyone dealing with cryptocurrencies, whatever gain that he makes, you offer that under the capital gains. Again, depending on the period of holding, we used to call this, if it is more than 2 years, as long-term capital asset and less than 2 years as short-term capital asset. But never, as a professionals, we were taking any chances to call this as an exempted gain. We had advised all our clients, this is taxable gain, whatever you make, the best possible ways, offer this under the capital gains. Now, what has been done in this finance bill is, they gave recognition, indirect recognition of dealing in cryptocurrencies. Though on the face of it, they haven't come across on a straight statement that we are legalizing this. But in a way, bringing this to the taxable ambit, the government cannot say that you deal with cryptocurrencies, I want tax on that. Other hand, government cannot say that dealing in cryptocurrency is illegal. In a way, so government took one step ahead in kind of regulating the cryptocurrencies, where they brought in a provision. Now they say, like, irrespective of the period of holding, irrespective of whatever nature it is, you make gain in any virtual digital asset, which includes cryptocurrencies. Any kind of virtual asset you deal with, you make gain out of this. It is straight away taxed at a flat rate of 30%. Earlier, if it was long term, we used to pay 20%. If it is short term, we used to pay at the slab rates applicable. And there were advantages of loss set off. If you had some other loss, maybe house property loss or some other loss, you could have set off against this crypto profits. Or if you have crypto loss, you could have set off against some other your salary income and all. But unfortunately, this has been capped now. The government say that any virtual asset stand alone, any profit you make, no expenses allowed. Only the purchase cost would be allowed as deduction. Whatever net gain you make, straight away 30%. Other compliance mechanism, what they have done is, now all these crypto operators, what we have, this coin switch Kuber, this world, all these what we have through which we deal with cryptocurrencies, government has imposed a regulation on them. Like if I am dealing with, say, coin switch Kuber, if I sell any cryptocurrencies to them, whatever sale consideration that they have to give me, they will deduct 1% TDS on the whole sale consideration and give me the net amount. The object of doing this is now, government has made up a backup plan to track every kind of cryptocurrency sale that is happening, so that while filing the income tax return, government already has a database like the total value of the cryptocurrency that has been sold. Now, this TDS is applicable irrespective of whether you make gain or make loss. It's only a matter of tracking or the compliance procedure that has been made. Concluding, bringing this in the taxation ambit and defining this as a part of capital asset which assessee can deal with, though there is no regulation as such identifying, but indirectly government is hinting like, yes, you can deal with this. We will treat this as any other asset, any other digital asset. Only thing as of now, we just pay the 30% tax on whatever gain you make.
Thank you, sir. I think one more thing which comes to my mind when talking, when somebody, like for example, if somebody gives me the virtual digital asset, what is the kind of a treatment? For example, if I give a virtual digital asset to my relative or friend, so what is the kind of a treatment?
Like in section 56, there are class of assets defined, which talks about the taxability of what kind of asset. If I gift you any asset, what are these assets which comes as the taxability in your hand as income from other sources? In the list of those assets, there is no entry called as virtual asset. So there is no new regulation brought in as far as taxability of the gift is concerned. Taxability of the gift other than to close blood relatives is always taxable as income from other sources. Now, in the list of the assets, whatever is there in so-called section 56 subsection 2, they have simply added this virtual asset. Now they say, like, if I have cryptocurrency and if I want to gift this cryptocurrency to some other person, then whatever cryptocurrencies that I have gifted to some other person, that would be treated as income from other sources, provided that some other person is not my close blood relative. Having said this provision, I'll tell you the practicality in India. In India, whenever I deal with this cryptocurrency with all these crypto operators, they don't allow me, they don't permit me to transfer my cryptocurrency to some other person. If once I am registered with any crypto operator, I have some crypto asset with them. Maybe I have Bitcoin, some Bitcoins with them, what I have held as an investment. And if I tell my crypto operator that this Bitcoins transfer to my friend, they are not going to do that. That they are not permitting, they're not. In India, this is not happening. Maybe in future, this may happen. Maybe perhaps if somebody has written a will, somebody on his death where he says like this should go to some person who is not a close relative, that is the only scenario I see which will come into operation. There is a law which says like, I can, whenever I gift a virtual digital asset to you, you not being the specified relative, yes, it is taxable in your hand as income from other sources. But if I look at practically, when I go into any crypto trader, when I go into any crypto operator, I see they are not permitting me to transfer any of this crypto asset to anyone. I have to dispose the asset from there, get my Indian money. Maybe I can gift money to my friend and he can later buy the cryptocurrency in his account. That is the practicality of this gift, but how it works out.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. I'll go to Professor Subhash, sir. Sir, there is one statement which is coming. I don't know how far you tell this to me, but if we strengthen the upper growing sector, then the bottom up may catch up growing sector. Do you believe in this statement, sir?
Can you please repeat that?
Yeah, if we strengthen the upper and growing sector, the bottom up may catch up growing sector. Is it true, this statement, sir? They're saying to say that I'll focus on the top sectors, growing sectors, and they'll let the bottom sector look at the top sectors and they can start growing. Is it the right approach?
I don't think that's the right approach, because as a government, different sectors, whether they're up or down, they need different kind of nurturing to grow. Something like a crypto, for example, has grown by itself so big that it's become a menace now. Okay, so you cannot say that the government has a role to play in regulating this growth. Why is the budget done? Budget is done so that some sectors which need to develop, which need some financial inputs, I will give from the government to do it. Some sectors which don't need, I will tax them maybe. So I don't think I agree with that.
Thank you, sir. I think Nagabandasan has come. So I'll ask you a few questions so that I don't want to disturb you. What is the digitalization in theater education? Do you believe that in theater and the cinema industry, digitalization will boom? And I think is industries accepting the OTT platform, the digitalized, or anything that like you being in the industry that you are planning to revive this industry? Sir? Two things. One is on education, other is on OTT platform, the technology.
Okay, the first thing which I want to tell you about these OTT platforms. Since the corporate business has taken it up in a larger scale, I think OTT will have a better chance to survive, because that is the only way out right now. We are finding out the theaters are closing and some of the small theaters are already closed, and especially for cinema and series which they can be for public screenings, they will have a major impact on this. But whereas the education part of it is concerned, I think we are already started working out in a different way. All the online classes that this is going on like anything, and the mindset of especially the younger ones are getting used to this. So once they are getting used to this, I think cinema or entertainment industry will utilize this as their tool. They will start working out using different kinds of apps or different kinds of other elements and improvise the whole thing. And entertainment industry has got a larger perspective approach now, right now. So they can reach at a time lakhs and crores of people in a small time, and they can win over the situation. But as I earlier told you about the low budget films and low budget individuals, those who wanted to create and experiment and do something, they will be in trouble, because they will not have a reach and they will never get the platform. They will never get the platform of these kinds. So invariably they will be in trouble.
So don't you think this create a disparity between the in the industry sector, like cinema industry sector?
So this is what I think.
Yeah. Don't you feel that there's a disparity with the big multinational companies investing in the films and those who are investing in those don't want to aspire to be an actor? Don't you think there's a disparity here in this, sir?
Yeah.
Actually, cinema was meant for only the rural mass earlier, because that was the only entertainment.
Yes, sir. Okay. Sir, I'll go to Shubha, ma'am. What about in order to bring the women into labor market, especially women who are not getting a job?
Yeah, but I think it will get streamlined automatically. When once any the system streamlining also starts working out. I already told you about the financial discipline in cinema of India. It doesn't have a financial discipline at all. But now I think they will be succumbed to get into a discipline. And invariably, it will be more useful for taxation or whatever it is, but not for the common man. Not for the common man.
Okay. So what do you expect from the budget for the entertainment industry in future, sir? That, I mean, I don't want to distract. I just want to know what kind of an expectation you from the cinema industry.
The technology, if it reaches everyone, it can bring women force in a much better way. This one. They cannot be stopped anything. So they can get into this platform and use this platform to become more useful for them.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. So we'll come back to you. I think you'll stay some more time, sir. I will not.
Okay.
If you take some more time, I'll come back to you. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Thank you, sir. I'll go to Shubha Ganesh. What need to be done in order to bring the women into labor market, especially for women who are not getting a job? When people like you having startups and and what is your views about women being in the labor market?
That finishes my explanation. I think so.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I think there are some
Unless and otherwise,
right?
the kind of legitimizing and legalizing digital platform has not been addressed. We have not formed any idea. It has to be legitimized. It has to be legalized properly. Then only you can expect something out of this.
Thank you, sir. Okay. Yes, ma'am. Please. I'm sorry for that.
Yeah. No problem. I think he was having some connectivity issues, and whatever he spoke came to us little later than. Yeah. So that's okay. Compared to women face two types of issues. First of all, of course, post-education for them to get jobs is a little bit harder than their male counterparts. But today, if you are graduating from, say, Maharani Ammani College, I'm sure the ability to get jobs is quite equivalent to a graduate who's graduating from other colleges. But as problem where women face is after they take a career break, for them to come back to jobs is tough. So that's where they find that they either are faced with the choice of either they have to take a career break and leave their jobs and careers, or they have to continue with their careers along with the which is a tough balancing act to do. So today, a lot of areas focus has been given to what we call as bringing women back to workforce. There are people who are, you could call in the NGO sector, or people who group themselves together, who try to act as bridging agents to bring women back to work. The situation is much better than what it was probably 10 years ago, but definitely we could do a lot more. In this place, I would like to highlight something which is happening, which is again in the fintech space, which is in the digital space, which is encouraging women to become entrepreneurs. Today, if you notice in the newspapers, banks are collaborating with fintech operators, who again collaborate with NABARD, with self-help groups, to give them loans to start what is called a single women entrepreneurship to start small, enterprise of whatever level. So there is this development would go a big way to bring up many women entrepreneurs in the future. So what I'm talking about to repeat is banks collaborating with fintech lenders who again with NABARD in space collaborate with self-help groups to find make an ecosystem where they're lending to women entrepreneurs at an individual level and helping them create enterprises. So this has started in a small way today, and I'm hoping in 5 years' time this would produce many more women entrepreneurs in India than what we have today.
Thank you, ma'am. I'll go to Professor Subhash, sir. Where do you see Indian research into R&D? What kind of R&D we are into it, sir? And how do you see this agribusiness the next down the line 10 years? And what method should they adopt in order to maximize their sales?
As far as R&D is concerned, I think there are 2 or 3 nice initiatives by the government. One is in the defense, allowing 65% of the the outlay for Indian businesses related to this is going to throw up a lot of opportunities for Indian firms, entrepreneurs to start up. Like they can do a lot of replacement. Like you have Rafale or you have tanks and you have a lot of other vehicles that you produce. They are all produced with collaboration with some of the other foreign countries. But now if you're going to make 65% of them indigenous, there'll be a lot of collaboration with them, and maybe a lot of research and development can happen in the Indian sector also, is what my gut feel is. And I think I can say that with confidence that it'll happen, because I was in touch with with some persons in the Tata industry, Tata Motors. They were always saying that somehow the defense has not opened up for the private players. Otherwise, they were ready with the design and production for tanks. They were ready with the design and production for vehicles and all that. I'm sure that will spur a lot of growth in that area. Is one of the my understanding as well. As far as agriculture is concerned, pharmaceuticals, if you remember, they have allowed R&D also in that area in a big way. In a big way, it's going to sell. Now, R&D itself was suffering a little bit because you invest a huge amount of money to produce a molecule, and if it succeeds, well and good. If it doesn't succeed, then it is going to have a problem. So there's a lot of risk associated with it. But yes, some bit of research can happen because there are people like Ranbaxy's, DRL and all that who do a lot of research. And there are some, but we don't have exclusive research based pharmaceutical firms. We're all having production-based people. We're doing a little bit of research, but only research doing is something which is definitely worthwhile that can happen in this region. Now, when it comes to agriculture, now you must be knowing that one of our own PhD students did something on branding of vegetables and fruits.
Yes,
it was a very interesting experiment. And actually, we found that a lot of fruits and vegetables which are lost to the rats and the rodents, we can actually save it by having low-cost freezers and then low-cost chain of cold storages, which is why I liked what Naveen was talking about, having a proper system for the sake of fruits and vegetables. That can later lead to a lot of research. He was talking about banana powder, for instance. I think there are lots of areas in which we can do a lot of work. And somehow I feel that UAS and its allied agriculture-related universities should have to step in now. They can't just keep basking on the glory of the Green Revolution, which happened quite some time back. That was meant when we were really hungry and we needed tons and tons of food grains. But now we need the UAS and its subsidiary bodies, research bodies, to come out to help people like what Naveen was talking about, shifting the cropping pattern from the bulk to maybe exclusive ones. That can lead to some bit of research here and there to come out with good amount of work. I feel so. There's a lot of possibilities of doing. Even using drone itself can do a lot of work actually in that.
I think in the positive aspect of the budget, they mentioned about the university having adopting the revised syllabus. I think this is something it did not happen earlier, I believe. So especially in the agricultural university, they want to revise on certain aspect. Professor, I want to ask you why only 4 universities in Karnataka? Why not many universities to come forward and do agricultural? Why not private universities are not coming forward towards agriculture?
Maybe I can add something here.
Yes.
When I was as the Vice Chancellor, I used to be in the group of Vice Chancellors, and there used to be one Vice Chancellor from RITEC. Okay. And this is a little bit of important information also. The conventional US and their representatives were not willing to allow any private universities in the field of agriculture to come up. Whereas in Maharashtra and other places, agriculture has been allowed in the other places also. So there is some kind of a closed thinking, closed mindset when it comes to agriculture. There is a need for us to do allow a lot of colleges to start, allowing BSc agriculture and MSc agriculture and research in agriculture. We should allow it to happen, I feel. It's time to do that.
Very nice. Thank you, sir. I'll go to Mr. Naveen. Do you feel that there is an aggressive approach of should be approached in agriculture in order to increase the growth in agriculture? And why in the budget they're not talking about the food security issues? Why they're not talking about the issues which is related to the food security? Even the sir was also mentioning about the storage facility and the rat eaten by the foods. So what is your opinion on this?
See, couple of highlighted points. If I look at in the budget, it looks very promising, but the implementation is what exactly I'm concerned about. So the second point which I would like to highlight is 1.32 lakhs crore, it is the 18 billion US dollar, on focused on the farmer across the supply chain. They focus on the supply chain of the farmer produce. This $18 billion, how exactly it is used, and how it's going to be like what you called MSP. So this all promising things. Like actually, we really wanted to see like actually how exactly it's going to be impacted. The second growth one, I'm a little bit opposed to it, but we need to look at like actually how exactly it's going to be really matters. Linking of 5 rivers, benefiting 9 lakh farmers for irrigation. So already the climate change is a very big issue, and we are victimized for a couple of things. But with river linking, it may help in terms of the irrigation, but not sure like actually the downside impact. So that may have. And as you rightly said, like other thing is like actually finance agri startup and rural enterprise facility a fund with blended capability raised under the co-investment. NABARD is coming into picture. So these are a couple of promising statements. Definitely, like actually there is a focus for reviving growth. But what exactly I have been observed is it's always I have been looked at this particular sector, agriculture sector, as a vote banking sector, and people don't want them to grow. It's always, as I said, like actually ಅನ್ನದಾತ ಬೋಲ್ಕೆ ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ಅಲ್ಲೇ ಇಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನ ಬಿಡೋದು ಹೊರತು like actually there is never has been uplifting. So this all the freebies are been adding to the fuel as well. The same, like actually I'm facing a issue with the labor problem in my village. Reason is that like actually they are getting a lot of freebies. They don't want to work. So that is ultimate. Like my particular thought process here is two things. One is about can we make production based farming to improve the livelihood of farmer community? Production based farming. And how exactly enterprise think? As an enterprise, how exactly I think? Am I ready to take a loss? Or how exactly it's going to be? And there is a 3 different problems as well. One is about your climate changes, or there is no control on the climates, right? So we assume that like actually rain will come in the tomorrow. That may not happen. So that information, whatever you will say, like there are a lot of facility of getting a information over SMS and everything. How many people it has been reached? So that is where exactly the problem. We plan for many multiple things, but reaching to the right individual or reaching to the right downstream impact, it's not happening. That is the real scenario I just wanted to put across. Lastly, but not the least, I just wanted to say that there is a lot of effort or a lot of focus has been given to the agriculture, and a lot of things that like actually need to be done in a collaborative and collective way. My sincere request for the all the dignitaries in the particular dais or the floor, and along with the even for a student. So whenever, if you look at the what is the biggest challenge for a farmer, biggest challenge for a farmer is market linkage in your own capacity, in your own particular activities. So just to give you the example, I have created a farmers market in Whitefield for Forum Neighborhood Mall. We started with just a 15 people. 15 walk-ins used to happen every Sunday at 7 o'clock to 10 o'clock. It reached to 550 people. Nearly 30-35 farmers used to be get benefited out of it. In the same way, like actually we have created a farmers market in the farmer who is near to the city. Like we have created one in Varpur, it is running now, Ramduta farm. So a couple of things, and also mango plucking event, Goa plucking event. So what I'm trying to say is, in Subhash sir capacity or other dignitary capacity, like actually you may Nagabarana sir may have the Kannada festival. So in that time also, like actually can we create a small market, facilitate to the farmers? So that way, like actually we can reduce the supply chain. That is only benefit to the farmers. That's what I personally feel. It does not going to help our Pradhan Mantri's 2000 every 3 months or whatever it is. That's going to be taken and it is going to be reached to the liquor shop rather than to the house. That's what I have been seen. But the real impact to the individual, if we can make it, that would be best. And last but not the least, someone has been touched upon the self-help group. So just to give you the example, I'm just working. I don't know like actually how much we are going to be achieve out of it. So we are looking for a banana, the stem. If you look at the stem, you have a three parts. The middle part is called as central core. The next part is called as banana fiber, and the last part is called as silt. All these three parts are important, and all three parts are going to be usable. With this particular stem, as a farmer, if I wanted to remove from my particular land, I need to spend 12,000 to 15,000 per acre. I can convert at least a 15,000 to 20,000 per acre with using that particular stem, waste of stem. So these are the things like actually small concept or small things need to be implemented. Last, if you look at the pandemic, I can say that like actually at least a 15 to 20% additional workforce has been turned to agriculture because of agriculture is the only sector which was running in the pandemic. So, but the change in all other countries, how exactly it has happened, it is reduced in the agriculture sector, it moved to service sector or manufacturing sector. But whatever the sign it happened, the right people, if in case get involved and do a little bit more than what exactly the conventional methods are, definitely we have the growth or we have the vision.
Thank
What I
you.
can put
Thank you,
across.
Naveen.
Sorry, I have taken more
No,
time.
nothing. We'll go back to Mr. Nayas Pasha. Sir, can you please tell us about the perquisites regarding the, what is perquisites and what are the included in perquisites and what is not included in perquisites? They talked about in the budget. And also, one more thing about the ATCCD, about the pension scheme, about only to central government employees. Why not the private employees? Are they not the employee of the country? They are not contributing for the national economy or growth. So there are two aspects I think you can talk about it. One more element I'll give it to you so that you can talk on three aspects about alternative minimum tax. So about the cooperatives, startups, I think you can talk on these lines also. The three aspects you can talk on this, please.
First thing regarding the perquisite, so the concept of income not only includes the amounts received in cash, but it also includes a benefit in kind. So whatever benefit in kind you receive, that will be simply considered as perquisite. This has been in taxability for the past 2 decades. Nothing new or nothing, only clarificatory nature, something has been added in this budget regarding the employees. So whatever taxes that an employer pays on behalf of employee, that is to be treated as perquisites in the hands of employee. That's all has been added. But the concept of perquisite is, if you receive any benefit in kind, it need not be an employee. It can be any other person, even earning the income, not in the course of employment. Like if I take example of myself, I am an independent professional having professional income. So any of my client, instead of giving me money, fees in money, if he gives fees in kind, or maybe out of his gracious thing, if someone gives me a phone, someone gives me a laptop, which comes in the course of my profession. So as a diligent taxpayer, whatever this phone that I receive, whatever this laptop that I receive from my client, that will be treated as perquisite and to be offered to the taxation. As far as this budget goes, there's nothing that has been added or improvised on the terms of taxation. About the pension, what you said. So a decade back, all these state government and central government employees who they were retiring, government used to give pension from their consolidated funds account, from the government account. A decade back, government felt like it was creating a huge burden on the exchequer. So government made up a planning like, as and when the employee keeps on working with the government, they contribute certain percentage, 12% of their salary to the pension scheme. So the government says like, when you retire, your 12% goes, my 12% apart from PF. PF is different. This will go and sit in the pension fund, so that when you retire, whatever pension that I have to give you, at least I have created a reserve and kept it. I can draw money from this pension fund and give to my employees. So this started a decade back where government created a separate pension fund, and each central government was contributing to this pension fund then and there. Now, why government provided this exemption for contribution to pension fund is because if you are a government employee, after you retire, anyways, whatever pension that would be given to you from this pension fund would be taxable in your hands as salary income. But this contribution to pension fund, so that it should not in any way should be treated as benefit directly given to an employee, they have provided the exemption. There was a small disparity where the exemption of 12% was given to central government employees, and for all others it was given 10%, particularly state government employees. They have equalized to that. Now they say that state government, central government, all they contribute whatever pension fund they contribute, that would be given the exemption for it. Now, why this is not for private organizations? As of now, that whatever PF pension fund we have, whereas an EPF pension fund what we have as an employer, if you are my employee, I contribute that to your provident fund and pension fund. Once you leave my organization, I do not have any connect with you at all. I am not required to give you any pension, nothing, or post-retirement benefits based on the employment contract I have with you. There is no statutory compulsion in our country for any private organization other than government employee to get the pension from their employer. So being this case, so as a private organization employer, since there is no obligation on my part to contribute any compulsory contribution towards any pension fund, or that pension I have to give to my employees on retirement, the question of providing any exemption does not arise at all. Third point, I forgot what you said.
Regarding the alternative minimum tax with regard to cooperative society.
So this AMT is indirectly one way where government is trying to secure its revenue year on year because of certain tax exemptions given in some other provisions of the income tax law. If I talk about particularly about something called as cooperative societies. Now, cooperative societies, they are given exemption under Section 80P, where based on the cooperative sectors, any income that they make, that would be completely exempted from income tax law. Now, they have the tax structure ranging up to 30%, like whatever slab rate applicable for the individual. Similarly, for companies, there are certain manufacturing incentive, investment-based incentive, which provides the exemption for the taxable profit what they make, based on which their total income will not be liable for income tax at all. Now, as a commerce student, you would be better, whoever commerce students are there, maybe they will be able to appreciate the fact that accounting profit is different, taxable profit is different. What we pay income tax is on so-called taxable profit, which we compute based on the income tax provision. Now, because of this investment incentives, manufacturing incentives, whatever given to the companies, it might so happen like you will have accounting profit, you might not have taxable profit. So the government says that for any reason, if your accounting profit is positive, and if your taxable profit is less than this accounting profit, or it turns out to be negative, you still have to pay tax on accounting profit. In spite of the fact that as per Income Tax Act, there is no income, you pay tax on this accounting profit, and that tax what we pay on accounting profit, we call that as alternate minimum tax, alternative to the income tax, which is based on the taxable profit what is shown in your statutory financials. So this AMT rates are lesser when compared to the normal tax rates. It's about 15% for some, 18% for some. It doesn't exceed more than 18%. The government, in a way, it is saying, when your actual accounting profit is higher than your taxable profit, you apply AMT on your actual profit, you apply income tax rate on your income tax profit, whichever comes higher, that much taxes they need from the companies or from any entity on that matter.
Thank you. I think, sir, you detailed explanation, and there's indeed much more clarity on that. What about the thing on education and health tax? Will it be allowable as a deduction?
So there is, because when we are computing tax on taxable income, there is section 14 income tax law which says, like, in computing taxable income, income tax will not be allowed as deduction. So you compute your taxes on your profit before taxes. Income tax, though in your accounting norms, though in your accounting standards, it is considered as a part of your expenditure in profit and loss account. But for the purpose of income tax, we add back that profit to arrive at so-called, again, taxable profit or total income on which we compute the tax liability. Now, of late, some tribunals, income tax appellate tribunals, they have given decisions in favor of the taxpayer, saying that surcharge whatever levied, that is that additional tax levied beyond certain amount of income, and also this health cess and education cess of 4% whatever levied, that is not actually an income tax. So we're computing the tax liability that can be deducted, and only on the balance profit the income tax can be computed. To negate the judgment, to nullify the judgment of these tribunals, amendment has been brought in the finance bill where they say, like, so you not only add back your income tax, you add back your surcharge, you add back your health and education cess, then you compute your total or taxable income.
Okay. Sir, we'll go to Shubha Ganesh, and I'll come back to you again, sir, once again. Ma'am, are you there?
Yeah.
So if you look at the company who receives any source of investment, what kind of an effect, if you don't disclose the source of investment, especially talking about the source of investment, we have got share capital and sources. So what the treatment of sources of sources, what kind of situation may happen?
Can you repeat that question?
I asked a question with regard to a company receiving a source of investment.
Yeah.
And what kind of an effect, if we don't disclose the source of investment or the source of investment. So basically, in a tax point of view, what happens?
Okay, so tax aspect of it, I won't be able to.
Okay, so I think, Master Sir, I think Anaya's question can talk about it. You can disclose, you can tell about your views. What about the source of investment and the source of investment if they're not able to disclose by company?
Could you please repeat, Abhinandan? What was that?
I asked a question regarding a company receives a source of investment from the different investors. And what about the company if it not disclose the source of investment? And what will be the effect of that? And what is the effect of source of investment if they're not disclosing it?
Oh, this is basically this amendment they brought in to cover up something called a share application money or the share capital.
Yes.
Again, what has happened here is there were again some favorable judgments in favor of the taxpayers. They used to bring in, the investors used to pump in the funds to the company in the name of the share application money. Now, whether this is in the disguise of share application money or whether this was a genuine share application money, this I cannot comment upon here. But some companies, whenever they wanted the funds, and where instead of increasing their capital, authorized capital or paid up share capital, they used to simply bring in a pump in the funds in the name of the share application money. Many a times, there was a fact which has been brought out or proved by the department that these were all in the nature of kind of unexplained monies, where companies used to divert the money, create multiple people, no identity of these people. And sometimes it will be huge numbers running in hundreds of numbers. And it was practically impossible for the department to track and trace all these people. So what department was doing was they were treating this as an unexplained money, which is taxable at 60% tax rate. And they were levying taxes on that. Taxpayers went to the court. Courts gave certain favorable judgment in favor of the taxpayers, saying that it is not the correct way on the department without proving that it is not genuine. So wherever doubt is there, the courts interpreted that you as income tax department, if you have doubt, prove that it is not genuine. The onus is not on the assessor to prove that it is genuine. The onus is on the department to prove that it is not genuine. So they put across the interpretation in this way. Again, to negate these judgments, the government brought in wherein the share application money, whatever that they bring in, they are not able to give a proper source, the credibility of the person who has invested the money, that would be treated as unexplained income in the hands of the company. Having said this, I would like to add one aspect similar to this. Though not making any political point on this, but across all the political parties, they get donations, electoral bonds, this money, that money, in crores of rupees.
It's unaccountable.
For these political parties, this regulation doesn't apply. Whether it is Bharatiya Janata Party, whether it is Indian National Congress, whether it is BSP, whichever party, SP, whichever it is, there is a kind of government turns away its eyes, because every ruling party, whether it was Congress ruling, whether it was BJP ruling, everyone wanted to safeguard their political fundings. So on corporate side or in business side, they draw strict rules saying that if somebody gives you money, you have to prove the genuineness of that person, prove that person, show that that person is credible in that. I not only have to prove that this person donated or gave the money to me or contributed the money, I should also prove that this person has a creditworthiness to contribute that money. But when it comes to political parties, nothing, no questions asked. Crores of rupees do get pumped into the coffers of the political parties. No income tax department questions any political parties. No tracking of the donors is made up. So there is little kind of disparity or the bull's eye or kind of a different eye what the government has towards this contribution of money to corporate entities and to the political parties.
I think now a lot of discussion is going on with regard to electoral bonds, and today the Supreme Court also has come into picture, and they're saying that let us scrutiny and let us discuss about it. I don't know, no political government want to take a risk on this, actually, I believe. So that is one. Okay, we'll come back to Sayur sir. I think we'll go back to Shubha Ganesh ma'am. I think you can throw a little light upon the venture capital and the private equity, so that you are into that, so you can give an awareness about to all my students, what is this venture capital, like an entrepreneur like Naveen who want to start, who have a business mindset. You please give me what is this government is insisting on. Is it realistic or not?
Yes, venture capital. The government is insisting on what? That part I didn't understand.
No, venture capital in the private equity. So what is the government is talking about in this?
Achha, government itself today is taking the role of a venture capital and private equity. They are coming out with various organizations which is trying to support this kind of a venture. One of them which I talked about was BIRAC today morning, just now, about the Biotech Research Institute. So through various government, I think one was called Atal Labs, which is also setting up a lot of, supporting entrepreneurs at college level, school level to start ventures on their own. I'm also part of FKCCI, where I'm part of the Manthan committee, where we are also looking at various types of entrepreneurs, college-based entrepreneurs who will have a spark and
cash prize, huge cash prize. Yes,
offering huge. I am the committee member there.
Nice.
So we are, and not only that, we also have training programs called knowledge workshops, so on and so forth, where we try to train the college students to have what is called an entrepreneurial mindset, so that they understand when you're talking of an entrepreneurship, what is the meaning of that? What do you do? How do you become a one-person entrepreneur? If you want to get on to, if you want to take some partners in entrepreneurship, what kind of people should you look at to join your entrepreneurship? Apart from this government-led ventures, where government is very actively looking to support. In fact, even Karnataka has a program for IT. I can't immediately take the names, but there are a lot of one more competition called Elevate, where they are trying to support entrepreneurs to come out, and they have cash prizes of up to 50 lakhs in Elevate program, where they support entrepreneurs. So apart from this, there are some agri-specific entrepreneurships, which again is promoted by Government of Karnataka, where any entrepreneur, it could be of any age, if you have an idea, there are enough people today to incubate you. There are enough incubation cells even floated by Government of Karnataka, and to take your idea forward and help you with mentors.
Actually, we want people like you to come forward to institution like us to and set up a incubation center and give us an opportunity where we will work with you. And that's what my next question to Professor Subhash sir actually. Where do you feel the gap between academy and industry as well? Because we talk about this academy and industry to collaborate, but never happens only. We tried a lot of efforts with collaborating with some companies, but the mindset of industry and education is, a lot of differences there. How do you bridge this gap?
You have raised a very important question, actually. If you look at the American or the European setup, you have a lot of collaboration between the industry and the academia. In fact, a lot of research happens with the help of academia itself. Unfortunately, in India, either the fault is with the universities and the institutes, or the fault is with the industries, I don't know. Each one does not believe the other. The industry would say you people are in ivory towers, and these people say you are not understanding the concepts. Now, this battle will be going on and on. I've been teaching even in engineering colleges. Engineering college is being taught without any collaboration with an industry. Can you imagine what will happen? You're having a practical lab, you have all kinds of machines there, and you produce some products which are historical in nature, but then you don't connect with the industries. That is why one good thing that we hope is that the industry themselves will start academy. I remember Mukesh Ammani mentioning once in one of the board at IIM Bangalore, he said, look, I want 10,000 good engineers. Can you give me? If you can't give me 10,000 good engineers, I'll set up my own engineering college. And that is how the Dhirubhai Ammani Knowledge Center and all this come. In fact, what the point is, there is a need for some. First step that we need to take is, I think that the district authorities or whatever the government offices that are there in and around this academia should be forced to approach the educational institutions for doing some research. For example, universities have fantastic laboratories. They can do a lot of testings that they can be done. But none of those people testing will be done. Neither the vice chancellor can talk the language of the district, nor the district authorities can talk the language of the vice chancellor. They both are like separated completely. How do you expect the industry institute interaction to work? There is a need for a very, very serious discussion. But at the same time, I think private sectors, private universities have done a wonderful job. In fact, it was very impressive to see that PESIT has got their own satellite launch because they have a help of one of the ISRO scientists. Like that, we need to have, in fact, there's a need in the university also. They are appointing teachers. Why don't you say that 10, 20%, 30% of the teachers should be appointed from the industry on a short-term basis and approve that? If you approve that 20, 30% of the teachers to be taken in from the industry, I'm sure a lot of people from the industry would love to come and teach. Like you have Nayaz Pasha, you have Shubha Ganesh, they can always come and help do much better job in teaching tax and the way to handle than what a teacher does. The teacher only goes with a book all the time. So there is a need for some kind of a new environment is required for this. A new awakening is also required for that. And as long as the government does not allow funding to the to the government universities, and as long as they don't regulate or don't allow, don't stop private people, industry people to come into the university system or into education. Like for example, your own college. Say that you have an approved list of approved vacancy of 30 professors or whatever. Say that 10 professors have to come from industry only. 20 professors only you take from inside. 10 of them should come from outside industry. Naturally, there will be a lot of collaboration happening between the industry and the academia. When will that happen? We're waiting for that to happen for a long time.
Abhinandan, here I would like to come in and take the example of your own college, commerce department. I think ever since it's become autonomous, lot of industry interactions was introduced into the syllabus. And now, if I'm not mistaken, if I have the information right, you have 100% placement for all the students who are passing out through the autonomous syllabus. So that,
in fact, I'm very happy that you have been part of our institute as a BOS and you have been contributing industrial knowledge.
Yes, so the kind of additional subjects we could bring in as soon as the your college became autonomous was contributed in a big way to bringing all the students to have 100% placement. And I feel so proud of it, and I keep talking about it in all forums where a small change has brought out such a big change in the syllabus has brought about such a big change in the organization.
Thank you so much.
We do this much more in all all education institutions. I'm sure what you wanted can be it can be achieved very quickly.
And one, as a budget, I would like to say that if the government proposes a certain fund only to take care of adjunct faculty to come from the industry into the academia and they pay for that, I'm sure they will do fantastic. Some thinking has to happen. I have a feeling somehow that the central government does not feel that education is a top priority. If I were to look at the expenditure to happen, because you have allowed the private sector to come in a bigger way, you feel that there's no need to spend on the state-funded universities. I think that is not okay. All the state-funded universities are suffering from lack of appointment. They don't have teachers. Departments are running with only 1 or 2 teachers or no teachers at all also. Well, how can we change that? We have to change that. There's a lot of problem related to it.
I actually would like to add some point for this. On a lighter note, I always fight with my university. For the 4 hours or something weekly, some hours I put for teaching, compared to the hours I put in office, I almost make like 6-7 times money in my office compared to the teaching. So I always say teaching is the least paid job compared to the efforts and whatever the talent that we put in. It's very difficult nowadays. You can continue, sir.
In fact, to add to what you're saying, they have said that teaching is a noble profession, right? So be noble, noble, noble. Like how, agriculturists are treated as annadatas. So they are not supposed to be udyamis. So that is there. But at the same time, people are complaining about the salary being paid to the teachers also, thanks to the 6th or 7th pay commission. The kind of fat money that they're getting also is not necessarily commensurate with the kind of work that they do. There is a disparity. There's no doubt there's a disparity. And I don't know, maybe it's a thinking of the bureaucrats that too difficult to handle this education sector, leave it to the private sector. So they've left it to the private sector.
I think Ashoka University is one more example of a private sector which is doing very well. So.
But they are also having some problem now, no? You must be knowing that there are some political interventions and all that. That is something which is causing problem for Ashoka also. Okay. So even you must be knowing that a lot of discussion happening on that. As long as political interference is there in the education sector cannot improve. As long as the vice chancellors are appointed by the ministers and not by the professors, then I think the universities cannot improve. And as long as professors are not given free hand in the appointment of the faculty members or development of the departments, I'm sure the education institutions cannot grow. I have been a vice chancellor myself. I can tell you how much of hands are tied. In spite of all the hands being tied, you expect performance. And I find that the same people will turn around and ask, what is the intellectual capital in the university? I was quite surprised when I heard that. What is the intellectual capital that you have in the university? Arey bhai, you have control in the vice chancellor. You have control in the selection of the teachers. Now you have to answer what is the intellectual capital in the university. How can you blame this university or academia for that? I don't know. Anyway, I come from the university system, so therefore my language might be a little different. Pardon me for that.
Okay, and my question is for Nayas Pasha sir only. Sir, why, as Professor Subhash sir also mentioned about teaching is a noble profession, and why not you include teaching as a service? You include as a service in income tax. I think it's been 4 years. I've been asking the same question to all the panelists, and I'm not satisfied with this. Why don't you include teaching as a service? Medical, you include as a service. Chartered accountant, you include as a service. A lawyer, you include as a service. Why don't you consider teaching as a service and give some kind of benefits so that we get because whatever we get salary from the UGC, 30% goes off deductions and make no sense of what we are earning it actually. So what is the point of this? Please, your light on this.
The 30% part, definitely I do not agree with what you have commented, because everyone should pay taxes. Let teacher also pay the taxes. We cannot say that teachers shouldn't pay the taxes. When you're seeing money, whatever you do, if you are so much noble, don't take money. So I am of the view that if you want money, you should contribute for taxes also, irrespective of whatever you are. Whether you teach or whatever you do, you contribute for taxes. So let 30% go, not an issue. Let 30% like every other person paying. Yes, we should be contributing for the country. Let income tax go. But if you do not want to feel the pinch of the 30%, maybe there should be across improvement or across like recognizing teaching as a professional service, rather than like what Mr. Subhash told, seeing this as a noble. Though, like as I put across, particularly after the 6th commission, yes, there was 3-4 folds rise in the salaries. And I am not saying today teachers are not paid well. They are paid well. Like how somebody had put across, in teaching also there is no middle class. There is either creamy class or there is completely low class. So in teaching, we do not have anything called as an average pay, what everyone gets. So there are some teachers who command good. In fact, many of the good talented teachers are into business of running institution. They are making good money. Not saying it's wrong. It's their knowledge, their talent, what they are using. They are making good money out of it. So there are some handful of teachers who are like making exorbitant monies out of teaching. They are doing that. There are 90% of the teachers who stand at low level because they're feeling insecure, there are a lot of things, and improvisation, a lot of other factors also do come into picture. Teaching definitely is considered as a service from various aspects, but not as a professional. Teachers are not considered as a professional as compared to any other professional like
that is the problem it has become now, sir, actually. When you don't consider as a profession, then the problem arises there only. Correct, no, sir?
So this, I honestly cannot come because I'm not a full-time teacher. I'm not a full-time teacher. I honestly do not know the pain of the teachers because I devote hardly like 10 to 12 hours a week of teaching. And maybe that 10 to 12 hours, I always grudge. Like, yes, I have a selfish motive. I teach because I'll be updated. I always tell the students also. My one motivation for me to teach is if I'm not teaching, I'm outdated. So at least for the fear that you people ask doubt in the class, I'll prepare and come. So in a way, I am learning. So because I am learning, I feel satisfied. I feel like, take away, if even I'm getting money, at least I'm learning. At least somebody is making me learn. Somebody is making me keep updated with whatever affairs that is happening. Otherwise, if I don't teach, maybe I'm a little away from the subject. So I see that as my perquisite for my teaching rather than money, whatever I get. Because I am socially financially secured in other aspects, so I don't much bother about. So individually, since I'm not a full-time teacher, I honestly have not experienced, though I have heard with many co-teachers in various institutions wherever I teach, the pain what they come across, the difficulties what they are facing in managing the life, dependent completely on teaching. But across, unless there is I cannot say government to be blamed for this. It's a kind of a training system. It's a kind of improvisation, collective effort, and not that all teachers like something. Our system is against the teachers. There are across many teachers who are little not up to date, not ahead of this. Once they get in the job, they feel that it's a kind of their mechanical job. They don't improvise on the way of teaching. These facts also are there, but that needs development. So there should be like continuous development, some institutions to be set up. Just because you become a teacher once doesn't mean that you are expert in the subject. There should be continuous training for the teachers. There should be continuous improvisation, continuous professional education given to them. So it's a balance act. What should happen across the thing? Maybe that way only I think teachers will be best paid. Otherwise, not much comments.
Yes, sir. So we are coming to an end of the panel discussion. But before I go, because last time also I assured them that we'll take up questions from the audience. So any audience would like to ask questions to panelists? Rakshita, Rakshita, please can ask.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, sir. Sir, I had one doubt. So we can't deny that Indians are, especially the tax slabs have not changed this time. So we cannot say that the middle class have not been suffering because of this, and there is no exemptions or there is no kind of relief given for the middle class people. And I think I can say this because the upper class or the so-called rich people. Because they are not paying the taxes, we are not fully paying the taxes, we are suffering the consequences of that. So how do you think this problem should be solved, and how do you think, as you said in the starting of the session, that there is a disparity between the rich and the poor, how should it be normalized, or how should it be bridged?
Can I add something here? The
Sure,
point
sir.
I would like to say is, the problem here is that a very, very small portion of the Indian population pay income tax. The tax base has remained the same for donkey's years, and there has been no effort at all of any kind to increase the tax base. So the only way is to tax the salaried. And I can tell you that many of the salaried people feel that the non-salaried small shop people get much more money than what a salaried guy pays. For example, a guest faculty in a college or a university gets around 20,000 rupees a month, whereas there could be a person who is just a laborer getting about 40,000, 50,000 rupees a month, and he will not pay any tax, whereas this will happen. So one of the solutions that is being proposed is expenditure tax. Please make sure that you abolish the income tax and fix only expenditure tax. That will save a lot of problems. But I don't know whether that's the right solution or not. Maybe our CA experts should be able to tell us.
Before I come to, sir, just a minute. Naveen, sir, would like to have a concluding remark and you leave so that I'll talk to you and we'll go for polling and other questions from other panel members.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So from my side, I just
about the budget and the program, please.
Yeah. I just would like to put it across this session, like actually well organized. Thanks a lot for Abhinandan. And for all the panelists, like actually so much knowledgeable. I'm not sure, like actually I'm the right candidate to be part of this particular panel. But thanks for sharing so much knowledge here. And lastly, I just wanted to put one feeder for the students that the perception is what exactly have been seen as a problem with our young generation. I have been managed at least a 300 plus young generation kids. And along with that, like actually I have been part of Presidency College or other colleges, guest faculty as well. So assumption is like actually this is right, this is not right, this is not my cup of tea and those kind of things. So my sincere advice, and another thing is like actually without knowing about complete aspect of it. Now ma'am has talked about entrepreneurship. For being an entrepreneur, what are the kind of a difficulty we come across? Whatever the field I'm going, am I doing a complete study and then getting it what? Those are the things if we don't inculcate, I personally feel. So we get a free money or the good amount of the money from our parents or whoever it is. So we feel that like actually we are not able to go in the right direction. So it is not a budget discussion. I just wanted to make it as a point that like actually let's our thought process or the perception goes to our own growth or our own way, which can add value to the country, add value to the community, and add value to yourself to the best of your ability. Thank you. That's all from me.
Thank you, Naveen. I'll talk to you on after some time. Okay.
Sure. Thank you.
Yeah, I think Pasha sir can take a question of Rakshita's.
Fine, like with respect to whatever Mr. Subhash has said, in India there are 1.5 crore taxpayers. Total number of individual taxpayers in India is around 1.5 crores. In that, the individuals declaring income of about 50 lakhs is only 1%. So you can say like 1.5 lakh individuals in total in India declare income of more than 50 lakhs. And in fact, 90% of the people declare income of less than 10 lakh rupees in a year. So there's always a perception amongst the taxpayers that every budget, the government will try to give them some kind of incentive, particularly the salaried class. Now, it is not that salaried class are separately taxed as such, or they voluntarily come up and pay up the taxes. For salaried classes, there is a complaint regulation which is very strict, which is very good when compared to any other class of taxpayers. If I'm an employer, you are my employee, whatever salary that I pay you, I become your deemed income tax officer. So income tax department has made me responsible that tomorrow any of my employee is not paying taxes on his salary, the employer will bear the consequence and I have to pay up the differential taxes what my employee has saved. Because of this reason, so what government has done is, rather than running behind crores of employees, you just catch hold of the hundreds of employers. By catching hold of hundreds of employers, all the employees' taxability is covered. Make employers accountable for all the tax liability arising to an employee from a salary. Now, this kind of control mechanism, it exists because of which there is hardly any escape route when it comes to income from salary. When it comes to other heads of income, maybe a business income, yes, it's a fact that people earning business income, people earning rental income, they don't show up with whatever actual income that they make. It's actually always a compromise and it's always not possible for the government to do the 100% verification. Now, this internal control compliance, like what exists for salary through employer, is not there for other heads of income, which will always give room for the tax evasion, tax planning, whatever interpretation you want to make. At the same time, expenditure tax is always has been discussed rather than taxing the income, you tax expenditure. But I personally believe in our country it is impossible to make because touching farmers on income tax is always dangerous for any political party. That is one reason why agriculture income still today, I can say that no political party dares. I cannot say that they are willing to give help to farmers. They do not dare. No political party can dare to tax the farm. In fact, farmers are not earning much also. I cannot say that they are something which is being misused kind of a thing. So expenditure, once this tax is bought, it covers across all the person spending, which includes farmers also. So in Indian context, as long as there is a exemption given for agriculture income, I don't foresee any point of time there is a tax coming on the expenditure. And let us stick to the income tax only. Now, this 90% people who are paying income tax, at least keeping the inflation rate, what is happening in the country, the government year on year, considering that inflation rate, should keep on increasing or giving tax benefits, at least to help this 90% people, or at least particularly to help the salary class. In fact, year on year, government has been restricting, or government has been tightening the norms when it comes to salary class of employees. Other category of income also slowly. Of late, government is trying to cover up lot of information. A lot of information is getting gathered. Like from this year onwards, what is happening is if you log into your income tax portal, you can see the number of bank accounts what you have. Till last year, which was not there. You can see how much savings bank account interest you earn. You can see what is the mutual fund that you sold. You can see what is the shares that you bought. You can see what is the life insurance premium that you have purchased. You can see which vehicle you bought. You can see which foreign exchange you bought, where foreign travel you did. All this information is getting captured in the income tax portal. Slowly, government is going to trying to capture all the financial information. So, one this maybe 2 years down the line, it will be hard for any taxpayer to come out so easily as was happening about few years back. But having said that, it's been 4 years. Like at least, particularly because there was elections happening in few states now, there was high expectation the government would increase at least a little bit, maybe 2.5 lakhs to 3.5 lakh, the exemption limit, which would give a good respite for a salaried, a person who's earning 50-60,000 a year, a month. For him, even saving 1,000, 2,000 rupees in a month by way of taxes is a big bonus or big benefit. But for various reasons, particularly this government, I'm not targeting a political party as such. It has been favoring more on the corporates rather than individual taxpayers. Corporates huge benefits are given, like their tax rates were reduced. Corporates were paying 30% tax. Their tax rate has been brought down to 22%. I am of the view that corporates should be taxed more, but government says that because to make them invest, to bring them capital. But Mr. Subhash said they are not pumping back the capital. They're making huge profits. And this is the first year. Last year, 2021 is the first year where the income tax paid by non-corporates exceeded the income tax paid by corporates. Recently, only a report was published. So this government, for the reason what best it notes, it has been on the verge of, it has been like an intuition or inclusive towards the corporate support. They are giving a lot of income tax incentives to the corporate, reducing their tax rates. In fact, many companies pay hardly income tax of 18%, subject to certain conditions, certain minimized, not so restrictive conditions. Whereas individuals, they are paying like 35% income tax. A person who is having more than 10 lakhs, almost double. So a private limited company having income of more than 10 lakhs will pay like 18% income tax. An individual having income of more than 10 lakhs will pay like 35% income tax. So I personally have the belief that corporate tax shouldn't have been reduced. Whatever was there, that should have been maintained intact. You should make the consumer spend. You should make the people spend. Instead of making the people spend, if you keep on, particularly individuals, the people who spend more than the corporates on across at the base level, I'm saying. So keeping all this in context, not only this year, last 3-4 years, when it comes to individual taxpayers, personal taxpayer, including a person like me, absolutely budget has been a serious dud. Budget has been a serious flaw, whatever when it comes to particularly the taxation. So we hope something happens better in another couple of years' time.
Thank you, sir. I think one more aspect that we didn't cover, that is on duty on cutting diamonds and the umbrella where they want to impose. Is there any rule with these two, sir? Diamond tax on duty on a diamond, cut diamonds, and the umbrella. Is there any relevance to it? I think you can give technical. I think sir can, Subhash sir can give a technical. I mean to say the practicality, and Pasha sir can give a technical aspect on this.
I don't see any kind of relationship between those two. Diamonds have become cheaper. That's all I can say. Umbrella is becoming costlier. I really don't know why. Unless until there is somebody, major manufacturer of umbrella, who happens to belong to an opposition political party or something. I really don't know what else can I say other than that. But I don't see any relationship.
But it happens to be that the diamond is all the ruling party government, sir. so they are on the ruling state.
We can't comment anything on.
Very true. That's a personal thing.
I think it doesn't make much sense anyway.
So, Pasha sir, I think what your views on this, duties on, is it good on cut diamonds, bringing down the price, and other one is on umbrella, what is the tax?
So every budget, again, what happens is, as always, the industry lobby what put across the pressure on the government for some tax incentive, for some tax cut. Every industry does this. So I personally feel a particular industry which could influence more at the government, I can say lobbying only. To what extent, to what pressure they can put in to what extent, I can say convince rather than saying lobbying, to what extent they are able to put across and justify the reason they get the tax benefit. Now, one of the reasons why diamonds, these duties has been cut is because there is a rampant increase on smuggling of diamonds and gold of late. Nowadays, you read every day in the newspaper about every now and then there will be a gold seized at the airports. People are hiding gold, diamond everywhere. It is because of the little bit increase in the customs duty. So might be diamond industry has put across or justified the government, like if you cut this thing, you will get the legalized way of duty on the diamond. People will stop smuggling. That might be. I'm just presuming. Because of that, industrial reason or the corporate reason, that would have been reduced. Now, why umbrellas has been increased, I cannot say. I don't have idea on what to say.
Maybe if on a lighter note, diamonds come from Gujarat, and umbrellas may be coming from Maharashtra.
Or maybe Tamil Nadu.
Okay, sir. I think we are in the. I think we need to keep up a time. And we started a little late because of the technical, and we are sorry for that. Apology for that. And anybody who would like to ask any question, feel free to ask, so that we'll go for the concluding remarks for the panelists. Before concluding remarks, I have a few things so that they can able to highlight on that. Anybody want to ask from audience, participant?
So I have one last question. If you permit me, I would love to ask.
Please go ahead, Rashid.
Sir, that time you were talking about the improvements in agricultural sector and modernizing that. But if you just implement anything, or if you just introduce a new product or service, and that is not enough according to me, because whoever the person who's using it should be aware of it, the technicalities of it. So. And is it my question is, what work should be laid before implementing those things? Or is it the duty of the government again to create awareness and educate them, or make them literate on how to use these equipments, or how to produce better using them? That is my question.
Ma'am, you can take a question on this.
Yeah, so innovations in agriculture and all other sectors keep happening at all the time. Especially in agriculture sector now, whether it is soil testing or spraying of pesticides, or even identifying which crop goes to which soil is now being done with the help of AI and drones. So these kind of innovations keep happening. I don't think it's the job of the government to take responsibility to spread this kind of innovation. We just have to make sure that the people who are innovators, who come up with these new ideas, are able to reach the farmers, and so that they are able to spread the latest techniques and knowledge in the agriculture sector. And the ecosystem needs to be developed so that the innovator is able to meet the person who should implement it. So that is where it should be. Any additional support from the government in bringing these two parties together will be of great help to the nation as such.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, Rakshita. It was a very good question. I think very valid and very apt also. So thank you. And one more question has come. Government had set the agenda for bringing back black money. Do you have any data on how much black money was recovered? I think who can answer? Pasha sir, can you answer this?
Difficult to answer this.
I still remember the examples which we used to give us in the classroom. So I think you can give to one student of ours.
See, again, one of the political mileage with which this government came into power was on the assurance that they have a list of all these Swiss bank holders, all these black money holders, and they would very soon get all this on board, make them pay up the taxes, all this. Online with that, government brought in one kind of voluntary compliance scheme where they said, like, if you have anything abroad, whether it is property, bank account, anything, you could declare and you could come out clean, pay some 50-60% taxes and close this. But hardly there was any response on this. Maybe numbers, hardly in hundreds, people came up to declare whatever accounts they have in foreign accounts, in foreign banks or foreign properties came up. This bringing black money is not something which any government standalone can do on its own. It is not like India simply can walk into any country and say that, give me a list of all the Indians who have money in your account. I want to take up all these things. It is not so easy as anyone can give assurance or any political person can give assurance. It takes a lot of diplomatic, world diplomatic, political routes for even extracting any information from other countries. Because today there are many countries who call me for investment on the assurance that they'll always maintain secrecy. That country will always need the money. That country will always need my funds to be invested in their country. And when I go there, that country is more bothered only about what is the fund that they're putting me. And if I can put across blunt on their face to that country or that country that my name should not be disclosed anywhere. And when this happens, no country will do. And government of India cannot compel any country just on the paper or anyone or put across any pressure just to give up the names. So not only now, I think even decades down the line, unless all the countries come together, it is not only a problem what is faced by India, it is a problem faced by China, it is a problem faced by Russia, it is a problem faced by Pakistan. Many countries, South African countries are facing this problem. It is not about the country, about particular developing countries. Every developing country has this problem. It's not only India having this problem. India alone, just making a statement within the country, they will do that, nothing is possible unless these issues are taken up at the OECD. That is a UN organization. They put up across all countries, sit across the table. They decide to share the details. They decide to put across everything transparent in front of every other country. Till that time, no black money is coming back to India.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Devi. Actually, I think it's a very good question and valid.
True, sir.
Okay.
True, sir. Thank you for answering the question, sir. Thank you so much.
Okay, so we'll be coming to the last part, that is concluding remarks because of the short time, and we want to conclude. So coming to the concluding remarks, I think Manisha, you can just start with the Pasha. You can take the session. Shall I conclude this? Okay. Yeah. So it's a long-term growth and futuristic. It's all about budget. We talked about it. And some of the gray areas we could not able to identify. I think it's a little untouched upon, and it is really a matter of concern and long matter of debate over a period of time. And unemployment, slow economy measures, inflation measures, it's a subject of discussion the entire year. This all goes on, and these are the major things which we have to keep in the budget. And definitely is a futuristic. Definitely it has a long-term perspective, and we will look forward like a forum like this to discuss, to debate, to have a more of healthy discussion, so that future when the budget comes, we'll have a more futuristic approach come into picture, and we can able to do it in a better way. So that's all the from the concluding remarks of my side. So over to Manisha. And before I conclude, I also thank all the panelists for making their coming here and the busy schedule, and sharing the knowledge. Subhash sir is an idol to many youngsters. Like me, I have kept an idol, and Pasha sir, again, have seen him teaching, is an idol. Shubha ma'am, we've been seeing in the industry how you're contributing to the education sector at the backside. And Nagabarna sir, I think, being a well-known personality and coming stream and sharing his value of knowledge, and young entrepreneur who has this, corporate life, and spending 2 days as Saturday, Sunday on agriculture. It should be a motivation for all the youngsters, taking up the careers a little seriously. I think you all made this even more success, and the entire discussion was enriching, knowledge enriching. A lot of value we have discussed about it, and as I've told you, this is the fourth union budget which you're discussing, and we never wanted to have a political debate. We want to have an academical debate, so that's what we did. And I hope all the panelists were also happy about the discussion what we went through. And thank you all of us for coming and gracing our occasion.
Thank you.
Dr. Abhinandan, you've done a fantastic job of moderation. That you have done your PhD also from Karnataka University. I've seen you there, and you have grown really, and you have done a fantastic job of moderation. Thank you very much. It makes us feel proud to see you grow like that. And it's your fourth right? A session on budget. Incidentally, I think for the finance minister also, it was a fourth one. Right?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much, dear.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
A nice coincidence. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Thanks, Abhi.
Manisha.
Gratitude is what you feel, appreciation is what you show, and thanks is what you give. I would like to take this opportunity to deliver the vote of thanks. I would like to thank our managing trustee, Shri K. Jairat sir, for gracing the occasion and his invariable support. I express my gratitude to our respected principal, Dr. Shashikala A, for her constant motivation. Special thanks to Professor Manjula Shekhar, Head of Department of Commerce, and Dr. Abhinandan Nagraj, Moderator and PG Coordinator of Department of Commerce, for their guidance. I would also like to thank all the faculty members of Department of Commerce for their valuable contribution. I thank Mr. Rakshit from NICT for the technical support and enabling the smooth conduct of the session. I would also thank all the student volunteers for their work, and a big thank you to all the students for being such a lovely audience. And lastly but most importantly, I would like to thank the Almighty for the successful event. Now I request everyone to stand up for the national anthem.
So thank you all of you. No, thank you, sir. I'll call you back in some time. Thank you all of you, all the participants. Thank you, Subhas sir. Thank you, Shubha ma'am. Thank you, Pasha sir. And thank you, Nagabarna sir. And thank you, Mr. Naveen, for being and gracing the occasion. I'll call you back in all of you in some time. Thank you. Thank you, sir.